Vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're also welcome to watch the program and talk it over by opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMA STL, and then you're in there with a wide variety of other friends of the feather, such as G-Man, Harry Hogg, the Nipper School Monitor, Michael Sturgeon, and Jake Reynolds. John Scores is there, too. And Jake Reynolds says he's a 42-year-old man, $2,890.
That's his net worth? He should probably have more than that at 42. 2,800?
890, so basically
Okay,
2,900.
Doug's dispensing financial advice.
All right.
Don't mind this. Little Dave Ramsey for you, Martin.
I would think at 42, if you're worth $2,800, you've probably fallen behind a little bit.
You're wealth
I
shaming.
have a carport.
About that.
Yeah.
Got a carport.
Okay.
The carport is an asset, so therefore I need that to be categorized, and I think that brings the net worth up to 2,900.
Well, it's basically just a couple of posts, isn't it? It's
Don't
just
forget
like
about the roof.
four pillars and a slanted roof.
Can I ask
We
a
finna
question?
be rich.
Doug is not taking questions. I'll be happy to, though.
Okay, when did the carport actually become? I'm new here, but in onboarding hasn't addressed it yet. When did the carport become a topic of the?
That's a great
Thank
question.
you.
Always nice to have some historical tent posts. There was a big storm on my street, and shot video of it because the street had turned into a river. And I was showing Doug and the cat during a commercial break, Lowe's so many years ago, and the cat goes, "Oh my God, is that a carport?"
Guy across the street's got a carport.
Okay.
But it's not. But it's like a nice one.
Oh,
Well, it's air, basically.
Doug, they are not happy, and they have been sending in texts starting at around 6:52. I see the first one. This was 6:52. The look on Montgomery's face of disgust during the first period says it all. Did we have too high expectations due to the Cardinals stinking? That's from Big T, the Dasher. Doug, we need to talk about last night. I was at the game, and boy, do we suck ass.
Okay.
That's from the Plumber. Harrison's brother Master loaded for bear literally right at 7 o'clock. The Blues effing suck, boys.
Oh.
Steve Ott gets shrapnel. Thomas, Cairo, Buchnevich are not a core. That's Harrison's brother Master. And then Sharon from Clayton wants to let us know that she's on a plane to Detroit.
for the game tomorrow, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Take it in the note. Stick with your squad.
Well, it was very ugly last night, for sure.
Why do you say that?
Well, because they gave up another 7 goals. They gave like 3 in the first 5 minutes or so. And then twice they battled back. I thought this is going to be a comeback for the ages. They made it 4-2. Then it was 5-2. Came back, made it 5-4, and then lost it in the third period. But
Mark, do you hear your phone going, like, saying something?
No.
Your phone is making noise.
I
don't think it's.
I think there's some audio somewhere, but it's not my phone.
Are you sure?
Here, take
Yeah,
it.
no, you're right. You're right.
There's some random audio.
I hear whistles.
Do you hear anything, Doug?
I heard something a little earlier.
It sounded like Siri.
All right, everyone, quiet for 1 second.
I hear the audio.
Yeah, so there's
I do hear the audio.
But it's not.
Where is
it's,
it?
it's a show
I
playing.
have to tell you, Jackson, it sounds closer to you than
Yes.
this side
It's
of the
coming
dais.
from your side of the house.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't be sorrier.
He was pointing at me
Doug.
like I was a child. Which
Well, in
I
fairness,
do have phone issues.
In fair, that's the only reason why I
agree.
assumed, because I heard it in either my left ear, which is an open ear, as you can see. Everyone take a look.
Yeah.
And
All the people.
all the people. And I heard it, and I know you've been having phone issues with, especially with volume. So that was my assumption, and then for that I
Take the
apologize.
keys away from Grandpa.
Did you pot it down?
It's good.
Okay.
So it actually, you discovered what the audio was?
Yes, it was coming from my laptop.
Oh, Doug.
Gosh.
Well, we'll take a break. Doug will put his finger in Jackson's chest, and we'll do our best to try to get this program on track.
And to pass the blame along.
I want to apologize to 3 sets of people. I want to apologize to Martin for blaming him for the issue. I want to apologize for Doug for cutting him off. And I want to apologize for the audience for breaking up the sweet little flow of this program.
I forgot what we were talking about. I don't know if I can go on.
Yeah, this is
I think it was a Blues sorry effort.
When you point one finger, Jackson,
There's-
there's 4 coming right back at you.
Time to start wearing white at home. That's from Big Steve.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily the issue. The real issue is that some of these home games aren't even close.
What makes you say that?
Well, because they've lost some games that aren't close. They've lost 3 of them at home. They've lost 7-4, 8-3, 5-0. Those seems like baseball scores where your starting pitcher didn't give you very much.
Jeremy Rutherford with yet another damning column on the Blues this morning in The Athletic. Doug notes that they have been outscored a combined 23-11 at home, and a team that carried in, if you include the 3 against the Jets in the playoffs, a 15-game winning streak at home, now finds itself at 1-3-1 at the Enterprise Center as they head out to Detroit with Sharon to face Wingy Wingy.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe Sharon can bring them some better luck. Detroit's off to a good start. Blues are tied for the cellar in the West.
Mammoth are 6-2.
Yeah.
Clayton Keller got 2. Did anybody bet that last night, that he would score?
He always does against the Blues.
I wonder what the prop number was. I bet one of our listeners will have that information on Clayton Keller scoring. Because when they were down 4-0, I was thinking to myself, this is not good because A, they're down 4-0, but B, we know that the Mammoth are going to score at least again because Clayton Keller has a contractual obligation to score while in St. Louis.
The killer goal was the end of the second period. You did all that work. You got it to 4-2. And I know every fan base probably says, oh, my team always gives up the goal when they pull the goalie. My team always gives up the last-minute goal. But I think the Blues do give up a lot of goals in that final minute. You got it to 4-2. Now, Monty was not as pissy or as upset as he was Tuesday, and that's probably a coaching tactic where you can't just be mad all the time. You have to kind of switch it up. I mean, he wasn't happy, but I think he even disputed that goal sort of deflated them because they did come out in the third and cut it to 5-4, but you can't go down 4-0. Doug, you just can't.
You can't. Logan Cooley had a natural Hattie. But the Blues really didn't have much jump or spark there in the first period. Then after they scored a couple, they looked like a completely different team. They were hitting and playing with confidence and firing pucks on the net. And it's just the starts have been so slow.
They were all saying it, Doug. You need to start on time.
Yeah.
Got to start. Even Buchnevich said you got to start on time.
Yeah.
And then somebody said, how come you have such a slow start? He looked stunned by the question.
Let's take a listen to the Blues head coach following last night's debacle.
Actually, first 2.5, 3 minutes until the first goal was scored. It was just an up and down, even game. Teams playing fast, playing hockey. Don't like our response after we give up the first goal. The rest of the first period was very lackluster. Then I liked the way our team played after that. We built something. We improved our intensity. Our habits got better. You're down by 4 goals. It's going to be a tough task, and we got it close. Unfortunately, we had opportunities on the power play to tie it up. We weren't able to do it. They got a power play and they extended the lead, and that sealed the game.
Off the post and a battle for the puck.
Well, it's a long campaign, fellas. It's a long campaign. We've only played, 7 games out of an entire season, so they got lots to go. Don't sleep on this club now. They'll wake up, and hopefully wake up on time.
So the narrative now will be you go on the road. They need to get away, Doug.
They need bonding time,
Just
go out to eat.
Get this team a little closer. And they've won twice on the road, so when they come home, you say, oh, it's going to be great to be home. And then when it goes terribly
cooking.
well, then you see what Sally's cooking. And then when they lose a bunch,
Sally, please.
You say, we need to get on the road for a little bit.
Yeah.
Vitale's going to be fired up. They're playing Sid the Kid on Monday night, Detroit, Pittsburgh, and then they're right back home next Tuesday, Doug. I don't know. Next Tuesday, Thursday, they're home.
Be nice to get that home cooking after a long grinding trip. Yeah.
Tim, today is my sweet, sweet Ashy's birthday. Olive and Oak tonight at 6:45. Can you come by real quick and show her your calves so she can get hot? That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
He didn't seem too worried about the note.
Nah, I'd like a little more concern.
You take orders like that where you come by to a restaurant and show women your calves?
My second job is a bull.
Is it really?
Tim's website, only calves.
We'll see what Miss Sally's got at the house tonight.
Sally, Doug, it's Billy Napier.
Billy Napier sounds like he's 80.
Clayton Keller was plus 210, according to Sparky Spangler, who was observing the Clayton Keller prop bet, which is as close to free money as you can get in the world of gambling.
Well, don't say gambling right now. Let's let this latest scandal pass over a day or two.
Oh, it's just beginning to ripple, Doug. You just wait till they... How often have you seen NBA and mafia in the same sentence?
Jackson, do you feel like you're going to have to defend your association today?
Are you concerned this is
No, you got to
bigger?
remain objectivity. You know, you got to have your own objectivity and take every situation as it comes across your desk. And many stories do come across my desk.
That was word salad right there.
Well, I'm saying just because I'm a big fan of the NBA doesn't mean that I'm going to cape for it and protect it just because I like watching the sport. If something nefarious is going on, that's a real problem for the integrity of the game.
You wonder why guys who are already making big bucks would do things like that. But once the underworld gets their hooks into you, you don't know what might happen. You don't know whom they may have threatened or
right. Well, as of now, that was being accused is Terry Rozier and Jonte Porter. So it's not like this. It's like 40 guys have been busted for this. And Jonte was not making that much money, relatively. Obviously making a lot per most Americans, but Terry Rozier is the really weird one because he's made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well, and even Chauncey Billups, but has he been accused of anything basketball related, or is he in on the poker?
Not to my knowledge.
Because there's the weird, it's a really convoluted story because there's the poker ring as well.
Right. Yeah, not to my knowledge, anything basketball related.
Do you see the pictures of the mob figures that are being accused of this?
Like the names?
No, the pictures. I
didn't see any
They look
pictures.
exactly like who you think they look like.
The names were
They
like the
fit the
introduction in
profile.
Goodfellas.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And then underneath it says Yankee season ticket holder.
Yeah, get the papers, get the papers.
Doug, the plumber, wants to talk it over with you on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can call in and be a friend of the Feather. A lot of people have already done so. 314-974-0101. Your Stiefel dossier, Joey Vitale, 815. Brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email the day, 1045. Doug, the listeners, they are not happy with this Blues team.
I wouldn't think so.
And they want to talk it over with you about it at 314-974-0101. Plumber, you're on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Hello, plumber.
Hey, Dougie. So, I was at the game last night.
Were you?
Oh, my goodness. We didn't touch the puck the entire first period hardly, and there wasn't a single hit I saw during that first period. It was so bad, I took the old lady out with me, and by the middle of the second, she said, you know what, we're coming back, but this is going to be abysmal. And then guess what, we get home? 7. Got 7 on us, bud.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, wasn't pretty.
No, it was terrible. What is your idea to fix this problem, Douglas?
Douglas.
Boy, I don't know that I have a solid idea to fix it. I thought they had a pretty good team put together at the start of the year, and maybe they still do. It could be that just off to a slow start. It happens sometimes to good teams. We've seen teams bounce back in a big way after slow starts, so I wouldn't give up on them just yet.
Yeah, no, I just feel like they have cement for skates. They're not actually using ice skates. They're like blocks on their feet. They're not moving around like they used to.
Well, they didn't wake up on time. That was the problem.
Hello, la, la, la.
Hey, plumber, are you taking questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, are you an actual plumber?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I was trying to determine you sound like you could be a 70-year-old man on the hill, or you could be a sophomore at Vianney. And I'm just trying to decipher. How old are you?
So I'm 31. I'm actually 32 in February.
Oh, congratulations. Okay.
And yeah. No, and I'm also, like the listeners say, I'm a big old fat. So no, I'm a Timmy's height kind of guy. I'm a Timmy's weight kind of guy. I'm a little man. So.
Are you really a little man?
A little man.
You sound like
no offense to you, Timbo. No offense to you.
Well, I mean, facts are facts, plumber.
You got a Timbo. He got a Douglas.
How long does it take
and
to
then
become
I
a
got
plumber?
Jackson for alderman.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Jackson, did you see those Terry Rozier passes that were like going all through the web on like just a complete, absolute, obvious just misses on purpose?
Yeah, I saw the highlights of that game that was highlighted. Certainly it was a far cry from prime Scary Terry days with Boston.
Holy moly. The kid's going to jail. That's it. Lock him up.
So are you the plumber or plumber?
Yeah, either one. Whatever you guys want to do.
Doug, you want the plumber or plumber? It's up to you.
I just think plumber.
Plumber.
me your fucking feet.
My question is, how long does it take to become a plumber? What's the training like?
So it's 5 years to get your journeyman. You sign on with a company, and you start as an apprentice, and then you go through classes, or you can go to like Rankin, and then you can do that a different route. The way I went about it is my company gave me. People don't want to hear about this, Doug. What the hell are we doing?
Well, I'm
here?
always interested in what people do.
Well, yeah, so that's it. Yeah, it's 5 years to get your journeyman's after you sign on as an apprentice. So,
Okay.
Yep. So I make. What's up?
And you enjoy it? You enjoy the work? It seems like it can get really nasty at times.
Oh, no. People think it's all about poo. It's not. It's not about poo at all.
Oh,
Flip that off.
it's just about water runoff mostly.
No, I mean, we remodel bathrooms, put in showers, and all this other stuff. We do a lot of nice stuff. It's
How many
all,
times
all
have you
about
grabbed
the
the
dirty work.
Okay. I know they make good money. You must be well heeled.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go because people listening probably hate this. So
No, they
all
don't.
right, see you, boys. Have a great rest of your Friday.
All right, thank you, Plumsy.
You have it.
Doug, what a delightful plumber. Wonderful to hear from the callers on a Friday morning. Let's see what they were saying in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. This guy's a douche. He starts out talking normally, then adds a gravelly effect and doing this sing-songy dewivery as he throws around nicknames like y'all are best friends. So fake, so creepy. Give yourself a swirly loser. Thanks, and hashtag free perk. Doug, that's Brian Henshin, who will be monitoring things with Cam Ward and the Doo-Doo Man this Sunday in Indianapolis. This guy sounds like he burns a PTO day when the McRib comes back. That's from Alan Davis.
No, he's a little man.
I liked his delivery. Did you hear how he said apprentice?
I thought he was a happy, delightful sort.
He was.
And gave you some information on the plumbing option for your career.
Would you think it would take 5 years to become a plumber?
Kevin Demoff told us it takes 5 years to change uniform.
I didn't believe that
But
either.
about the same time, when I heard him say Dougie at the beginning, the line moved to minus 250 that I was going to hammer that dump button. But he survived. Good for him.
I think it was Joe Buck.
Could have been.
Yeah.
That reminds me, Scissor Me Timbers texted in about 5 minutes ago asking if there is any other show in these United States of America where both Bob Costas and Joe Buck have called into using fake voices.
That's a good point.
Joe Buck is a fake voice yesterday as the Mad Hoosier, and Bob Costas, we couldn't figure that one out for the
That was
life.
like Elmo.
I'm telling you.
Didn't John Hamm use a different voice also?
I think he just said this is John in New York, and we're like, what? Picasso sounded more like a Sesame Street
Yeah, it was like
character.
Elmo. It was like a Muppet.
Muppet. Definitely not Trump. Doug tried to go there, and he, definitely not.
Did Henshin say give himself a swirly? Is that even, how would that?
Give yourself a swirly, and then
tough.
he just followed it up with saying, if I'm being honest, it's probably his happy-go-lucky demeanor that I hated most, Mr. Tim. Thank you, and tell Doug I'm saving a nipple for him. That's from Brian Henshin. So I don't know if you want to go
Very
to
close.
Colts Titans game.
Doug's got the pen out.
Very
Cam
close.
Ward challenging the media yesterday to recite plays in Nashville. That's where it has gone for the first-round pick.
I suppose you could stand on your head and give yourself a swirly.
That would take unbelievable upper body
It
strength.
would, yeah.
Also, you think anyone's ever actually gotten a swirly? It seems like the most cruel thing you could do is to stick your head in the toilet and flush. God, that's awful.
Oh, no, there are a lot more cruel things you could do than that.
Yeah, but
You'd survive that without an injury.
in terms of like Dennis the Menace
Grossness.
style bullying.
Right.
Well, I enjoyed the call. I'm with you, Papers.
Oh, I like that.
It
Yeah.
was fun. It's an open phone line Friday. And actually, it's Fast Friday.
Oh, is that what they call it?
We should. That's what Mizzou is. So we should be. We're all a bunch of homers. So let's get in tune with Mizzou as they head down to Music City. They've been there for the Music City Bowl, which is, of course, one of the premier bowls. And now it's Fast Friday. We had Cleanup Thursday. We're moving on. It's Fast Friday. Doug.
On Fast Fridays dossier, Joey Vitale, 8:15. The Colonel at 9 o'clock. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at approximately 10:50. We've got the drops of the week. We got our SEC Pick'em coming up, and on the slate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games as LSU hosts A&M. Bama travels to see Jackson's buddy Shane Beamer. The Volunteers and Josh Heupel head to Lexington. Texas goes to Starkville. Auburn heads to Bobby Petrino in Fayetteville. Ole Miss at Oklahoma. And, of course, College Game Day in Nashville, Missouri, Vanderbilt. That is in the Gabe segment. Goofball Corner is here, Martin.
It's
I know
back.
you love Goofball Corner.
I really enjoy
Yoff
this.
Talk is here, and all kinds of fun with audio. This Jackie Papers has prepared a feast for our audience. And if anything, I think it would be lovely just to express a little thank you to Jackie Papers at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox, or just call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101 to express your gratitude. That's what you can do here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Next summer, we may or may not be having that parade down Market. Long way to go. Don't know. But for sure, I know this. Headed to Scotland with you, the listeners, checking out spectacular Scotland, seeing all the great sights, the big cities like Edinburgh and Glasgow, but also some of the smaller venues, going to the Isle of Skye, the Orkney Islands. It's going to be so much fun just hanging out, telling stories, visiting a historic whiskey distillery, and the best part is all the details are handled. 10 days, 15 different meals, flights, meals, hotels, local experience, all of it part of the package put together by Colette. They've been doing this for decades. They've got all of it down. You just get to sit back and enjoy the trip. Can't wait to experience it with you. All you need to do is call our friends at Altair Travel at 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. You've probably seen Scotland on video or during the British Open, just the cool scenery, the sights. See it for yourself, and I'm looking forward to being there with you. It's this summer, June 15th, Altair Travel with all the details at 968-9600.
Well, Doug, will they be playing this on Broadway at Nashville tomorrow night?
I would think, why wouldn't you? It's one of the great songs in all of American culture.
It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. Jackson Burkett DJing this morning. We were wondering who the guest picker would be on game day, which is 24 and a half hours away in Nashville, Tennessee, for Missouri versus Vanderbilt. And Doug, here is the audio with the announcement.
What's up, everybody? Nate Bargatze. Everything I've ever dreamed of, worked towards, is happening Saturday. College game day at Vanderbilt. I am the celebrity guest picker. I mean, you can't imagine how long. I just didn't even think it would line up, but it did, because Diego came and saved me. Anchor down.
Nate Bargatze, who is playing Chicago tonight with friend of the program and Kirkwood's very own Doug, Greg Warren.
Yeah.
And playing Cincinnati tomorrow night through the magic of private aviation, which Jackson knows quite a bit about. We'll head down to Nashville and then back up to Cincinnati so he can be at College game day as the celebrity guest picker tomorrow, in addition to, per Reese Davis, but they have not announced, as far as I know anyway, who the artists will be, but a number of musicians from the Nashville area are going to be playing throughout the show. Nate Bargatze, the celebrity guest picker for the highly anticipated College game day at Vanderbilt.
He talked like it was the highlight of his career. I don't know if that's just hyperbole or not, but he's done some big things. Didn't he host the Emmys or Grammys or something like that? He's done some big things.
Jackson, what did he host? Doug's crowdsourcing?
He hosted one of those big award shows.
Neil Patrick Harris does a lot of the Tonys, so I don't know if he's done the Tonys.
It wasn't, couldn't have been the Grammys. Maybe it was the Emmys? No, that was Nikki Glaser. Doug?
Nikki Glaser did the Golden Globes.
You're right. So it might have been the Emmys. Hold on.
Yeah. He's done Saturday Night Live twice. Nikki Glaser doing Saturday Night Live. Is that November 8th?
I don't know the dates, Tim.
So Nate didn't go to Vanderbilt. Nashville guy. His mom worked in the Commodore's ticket office. How about that?
Bargatze sucks.
No, he doesn't.
He can eat his saltine crackers and tap water with Doug. That's from Big Tough.
Gosh, because he's a clean comedian. Heaven forbid.
The Primetime Emmys. He hosted the Primetime Emmy Awards.
Yeah.
Tim, you willed it into existence. Praise be. That's from the 314.
No.
He did say it. I have it in Predictionary right here.
How much do I get paid
But we don't
for
need
that?
to say praise be.
And that's from, what's the show? What's the...
Jackson crowdsourcing again?
Yeah, geez.
No. Praise be.
Praise be? You're asking me that line? Righteous Gemstones?
No, they take over part of the U.S. The woman who was in Mad Men.
Oh, Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's Tale. They always say praise be.
Yeah, I get. Okay.
That, I believe, was
very fair.
Sort of paying homage to a Timocracy that we're in.
Oh, we are in a Timocracy. Nate Bargatze's in St. Louis for 2 nights in January, Doug. That's from Ian LePerrier. You know him as Lappy.
Yeah, like to see him.
Praise be Tim and his healthy throat. That's from Steven time.
I'm seeing Kenny Chesney and Dierks Bentley at game day.
Oh, they have announced it already.
That's what I'm reading here from whiskyriff.com.
Doug, have you read Whiskey?
I have not.
I can also,
we'll get to that later.
I can double source it. ESPN announced Kenny Chesney and Dierks Bentley will be performing on the Wyatt Lawn during the show.
There you go.
Performing, not just giving their college football takes, but actually performing.
No, that's Bargatze.
So this has turned into quite a little production.
Yeah, this game day is a real-life pony.
I wonder if anyone from Mizzou will be represented.
Sheryl Crow, Brad Pitt, John Hamm, Gabe DeArmond.
That's the Mount Rushmore?
My Mount Rushmore.
Give or take.
I just don't know that any of those people will be
It won't affect the game, Doug. It will not. They will walk in that building. They'll walk into the visitors' locker room, and they'll play football. Daggum.
Nate Bargatze is the Timo version of Tom Segura. Thanks. That's in the 314.
Oh, Lord. What does that even mean? Now that the people are upset that he's not a dirty comedian?
I have no idea why they wouldn't like Nate Bargatze.
I don't either.
In your description in the dossier, the Stiefel dossier in College Corner, it says Nate Bargatze, parentheses, in a Spaceballs-esque cap.
Yeah, what did that mean?
Too big. It was a giant cap.
Is that right?
It looked like one where they just...
Well, I sent you the...
yeah, it was from that TikTok you sent me, and it looks like they just handed him a hat, and he just tossed it on for the video and didn't really care, but it's pretty bulbous.
Huh. I like that, bulbous.
Yeah.
Usually used to describe a nose.
Right, but
Carl Malden.
I would describe it. But I've been on record saying I like the simplicity of the Vanderbilt logo, just the V. I think it looks good.
Is it the same as the Vegas Golden Knights? When I call it up at work, it almost looks identical.
I'm down on the VGK uniforms. So
Idaho Vandals, Vanderbilt V.
More like Valparaiso.
Valparaiso. Is it a rule if you got the V, you got to be gold and black?
That's a good question.
There are a lot of other schools that just have the initial as their logo.
Yeah.
Alabama, Georgia,
Kentucky,
Oregon, Miami, Illinois, Michigan. But you like this one in particular.
I just like the Vanderbilt uniform. I think it looks good.
That's kind of that old gold that Missouri used to wear. They used to have that shade of gold instead of the yellow that they wear now.
Right.
Look better.
Doug, we asked Gabe what uniform they're wearing tomorrow.
I sure will.
I already know. Negus Webster Chan.
Can I guess?
Fire a bat at the pot.
All white with a gold helmet.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
All white with a black helmet?
No, I'm sorry.
Gold pants, white jersey, white helmet?
No, I'm sorry.
Not all
Same
white,
thing, but with a gold helmet?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm running out here.
Just look at highlights of, Doug, what do they call it? The loveliest village on the plains?
They're running it back?
They're running it back.
Okay. I thought it was a good-looking uniform last week. So
What's the loveliest village on the plains?
Auburn.
So they're
Jordan
black
hair.
helmet, oval tiger, white jersey,
Okay.
and then black pants.
So they're staying with it. I like that.
Yeah.
Superstitious
I
a little
thought the
bit.
uniforms looked good last week.
I don't even like the fact that Auburn calls itself the Plains.
Because it's not the Great Plains.
We're the Plains.
Yeah.
You don't think of the Great Plains of Alabama.
I don't know the origins of that, so I can't
I thought it was more of a Nebraska kind of vibe, like Oklahoma.
Dakotas.
Kansas.
Like a Steinbeck
Great
novel.
Plains. We're right in the middle of the Great Plains. How dare they call themselves the Plains?
Tim, we're in College Corner, and somebody else is upset about this whole game day selection papers. Is that what it is? The fact they're not going.
Another neckbeard is wandering through the
Well,
woods.
he wrote another Rhodes Scholar talks. He said another Rhodes Scholar talks into their phone.
This is a guy named Jack Settleman.
College game day going to 1 versus 2 would have been perfect. Keyword would have. But instead, College game day is going to go see another SEC school. Yep, here we go. ESPN's College Game Day, the Big Ten, the SEC, the Big Ten, the SEC. Whoop-de-doo. Let me be clear before all the comments get going about this. This is a good story. I don't hate this story. But this is the problem. It feels like you're seeing the same watered-down experience over and over again. And it's because you are. And I'm not to say that Vanderbilt, who hasn't been on game day since 2009, isn't a fun story. It's just not the story of the weekend, in my opinion. Now, this is the story of the weekend. Have you ever heard of something called the Game of the Century? That's right. That's when number 1 versus number 2 plays each other. That's what's going down Saturday night in South Dakota. These two rivals are fighting for a trophy that literally looks and resembles a marker that separates the line between North and South Dakota. College football is for all of us. Stop letting rich TV executives hoard it.
Oh, gee.
College football is for all of us. He sounded a little like your drop where it says, I don't know any of the particular details, and I'm going to tell you
It's
why.
another guy talking to his phone over a superimposed
How'd you
graphic.
find this guy? That wasn't one of my finds. That's usually my algorithm.
Yeah.
My algorithm is the SADs.
Yeah, it came across my desk. I just can't stand this narrative. It should be at South Dakota and North Dakota.
That should be like maybe a 2-minute little package within the game day. You can't have the whole the game day experience there. Or 98% of the country would say, not interested.
It's just people convinced that the SEC gets all the attention and all the love and all the well, look at the teams. Look at the past national championships. It's coming from the Big Ten and the SEC, and in the years that Clemson's good, the ACC. It's not coming from North Dakota, South Dakota.
If I'm looking just for the purpose of playing devil's advocate on going to a Big Ten game this weekend, I have no idea what would be considered the best Big Ten game. I guess you would go with one of two, UCLA and Indiana, which I know Fox has got, or just for the rivalry element, Michigan State. But Michigan State is not a good team, so it wouldn't be in the Big Ten.
Right.
Doug, in the ACC, what is your favorite matchup this weekend? Anywhere Fran Brown is where I want to be.
Probably get some good sound bites out of that one.
Syracuse is at Georgia Tech, the number 7 ranked Yellow Jackets. Bill Belichick's got a nice thing going in North Carolina. They get the 11 o'clock start on the ACC network to take on number 16 Virginia. But there just isn't anything of note there outside of the rivalry game between Stanford and Miami.
Yeah, that's where I think it actually should be.
Stanford, Miami?
Yeah, everyone's fired up about that.
But Vanderbilt is clearly one of the more interesting stories nationwide this year. You have a team that's been a perennial doormat for decades, and now here they are looking like a possible contender, and you don't know how much longer that's going to last. This is the perfect chance to tell their story.
In the Power Four, there is only one ranked versus ranked matchup, and it's Missouri Vanderbilt.
Yep.
Ole Miss,
Oklahoma.
Ole Miss, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Two.
And I think had USF or Memphis not lost last weekend, I think they're probably a heavy contender for kind of the smaller matchup, but they lost. So UAB Blazers, Doug.
Have Mizzou nationalists been speaking out about the fact that it's all about Vandy, this whole buzz of the week nationally?
I think if you're a Mizzou fan, you should like that. You should want all that attention. You should want all that going there so that Mizzou can come play spoiler.
We're not getting our respect.
Lean into the disrespect.
Yeah, I guess. Whatever. Some guys love the idea, like bulletin board material. They don't care if it's organic or not. They'll just use it. I think let them talk about Pavia.
Let Jack on the show. He needs to defend himself versus this pal. That's from Steven time. Jackson, would you like to get Jack on the show?
Not really.
Did he have a show, a podcast?
He's got.
Yeah, how did that come across?
Mr. Settleman. They have
came across Jack B's desk.
Mr. Settleman has, I think, some sort of like internet or YouTube college football show, and they're going to North Dakota, South Dakota. So he's saying,
"Oh, is that right? So this guy actually has a job in the industry?
Snapback Sportswell job, and doing things are sometimes conflated."
So he's got that story to himself, the Dakota battle.
Yeah, Mr. Settleman.
Steven Time says he can book him for us.
Yeah, please.
I thought you didn't want him on.
I don't really. I don't want the original neckbeard who didn't like to play.
He's got 675,000 views.
Wow.
At Jack Settlement. A lot of people are talking about the downfall of College Game Day.
A good take always starts with a lot of people are talking.
A lot of people are talking about the downfall of College Game Day becoming an SEC show.
What do you say, the downfall? They've had the highest ratings they've ever had.
Help me make this decision. And then he posts his video here. He might be in the corner of a cube, like somebody like a your workspace,
like in Tron.
I don't know.
Vandy's gonna win. All you Mizzou fans, waste your time every time they have a big game and they lose every time. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Until they don't, they lose every time until they don't.
You think this is going to be the time?
I don't know. Why get up in the morning if you're not going to have a little hope?
How about that, Doug? Gives you some
good
perspective.
Words to live by. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, you bet.
Well, as the SEC and the Big Ten seem to expand every year, now it's 16 teams in the SEC, and many of them are the best teams in college football, you are going to see them over and over and over again.
Right.
Snapback Sports is legit. That's in the Prince of Glendale.
I have no doubts that he runs a high-quality operation. I just vehemently disagree with that take he gave.
It sounds like Steven Time's booking him.
He's out of New York. He's not from the Dakotas. That's interesting.
314-974-0101. Jackson, you better come armed with your ratings. Because it sounds like you and what's this gentleman's name?
Jack Settleman.
Doug Jack Settleman of Snapback Sports, who's a close friend of Steven Time. Sounds like he's going to be on the horn. We do know that Joey Vitale is going to be on the horn. Callier and Thompson phone lines coming up at 8:15 after the Blues debacle last night. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, with us coming up at 9 o'clock on the program. And your emails, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, will come our way at approximately 10:50. Shooter McGavin with a 1-goal lead on Buck Swope as we head down the stretch in the month of October. If you would like to be the TMA Listener of the Month, you can sign up, maintain your anonymity. Go to TMASTL.com to sign up, be the TMA Listener of the Month. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air online at DesignAirService.com. Seth Goldcamp, longest running sponsor on TMA, and they are coming to my house next week for a furnace tune-up for the cold weather months. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. I am a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day and the longest running sponsor on the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years, online at igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit the website, igotfloored.com. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That is free when you go to igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to him, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the last 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product, as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They are in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last evening 7-4 at the hands of the Utah Mammoth. Off today, back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the Red Wings in Detroit. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, what do you think of Drake?
It's not my favorite genre.
But it got Jackson's line in there, which is, Jackson?
All you self-promoters are janky.
Think about that.
Okay.
It's Drake's 39th birthday.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And Toronto Blue Jays playing the World Series tonight.
Wow, big day for Drake. Do you think he will be at the game, Jackson?
Is that game one's in L.A., correct?
No, it's in Toronto.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then yes, I do think he will be there. Yep.
You don't think he could have gotten a Southwest flight into Burbank?
No, I think he absolutely could. I don't know if he would.
Will you watch this ball game?
Tonight, yeah, I'll probably have. I'll watch a little bit of it.
Okay.
I'll probably be at some sort of lounge where it'll be on.
Oh, you're going to a lounge. Look at this guy, huh?
Maybe. I don't know.
What lounge you thinking about, just to let the ladies know?
I don't know. I would say usually on a lovely night like tonight, be something like Tam Ave. I'm saying, let me rephrase that. If it were a lovely night, it would be something like Tam Ave, because that's one of my favorite spots. But it's a little chilly out. I don't know. Post in Maplewood, it's always a great spot, and they're a lovely sponsor, Movie Boy.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see.
What's Tupai Kai doing?
Good question.
Tupai Kai. Great question. Not sure. I'll hit him up.
Text in, Kai.
Pooty Britches, what's he up to?
Frog Dad?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I forgot about the World Series. It's from Bill Reloaded, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can get in there and remind people of things. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat and a longtime sponsor on the morning after. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. When you're enjoying festivities this weekend, I recommend enjoying them with a Michelob Ultra, and what a glorious run we'll have. You got World Series tonight, Doug. 11 o'clock, Oklahoma hosting Ole Miss. 2:30, Missouri and Vanderbilt, Illinois and Washington. And then take your pick of whatever you want to wash your nightcap down with. A wide variety of games on Saturday evening. And, of course, the Blues at the Red Wings pregame here on 101 ESPN at 5. The puck will drop at 6.
Okay.
Enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams.
I'll be enjoying it with a paintbrush and everything else.
You're painting again? You're painting one of your French boys?
I got this wedding coming up, and I got to paint rooms.
Greg Vaughn's wedding, and he wanted you to pomp.
He doesn't care.
He commissioned a painting for him?
No, I've got to paint rooms and fix the garage and the basement and some yard work, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Wow.
It's bourbon weather, finally. That's from Eric B.
Because you couldn't drink it before it got chilly out.
You drink a lot of bourbon?
You're a Scotch guy.
No, bourbon.
Really?
Not a Scotch guy. Not sophisticated enough.
Yeah.
By the way, the Friday football slate, because Jackson has advocated the SEC should put a game on a Friday night. This might be a good one to do it because it's North Texas at Charlotte.
Mean Green.
Cal at Virginia Tech.
Oof. Back-to-back Friday. No, was Cal was Friday last
UNC.
week.
Boise State at Nevada.
Yeah.
And that's your Friday
slate. It's not doing it for me, man.
Well, good. Click on the 2 Fox World Series game one, buddy. Dodgers been off for a whole week. Will they be rusty, Doug? Did they have too much time off?
Shades of 06.
Too much time off?
Probably not.
Okay.
They've probably been taking live batting practice, and they'll be fine.
This is for Tim and for Tim only. Call me crazy, but I'm getting Game 4 versus SJ 2019 vibes leading into Mizzou tomorrow. Thoughts? Again, just Tim.
Hey.
That's from Bobby Big Wheels. Doug, is that a reference to the game following Game 3's hand pass? With Carlson, Burns, and Thornton sitting there pompously.
It could be.
And the Blues came out, and it was just a 5-star lock that they were going to win that game. And then they skull-pounded them in 4. They skull-pounded them in 5. And then they wrapped things up when some of the boys from San Jose didn't even travel to St. Louis for 6. Am I right on that? Is that what Bobby Big Wheels is asking?
I don't know. It's just for you.
I know. I don't know if he's saying he's getting vibes for Vanderbilt that way or for Missouri. Bobby Big Wheels, I need a clarification. Why don't you call in 314-974-0101. Steven Time says he's going to have Jackson's nemesis, and what's his name?
Jack Settleman.
Jack Settleman call in?
No nemesis. I probably like the guy. I just disagree with his take. Also, I forgot that I know what I'll be watching tonight. Missouri plays Kansas State basketball in an exhibition game at 9 p.m.
Oh, they do?
Is that on the telly?
Yeah, SEC Network.
Oh, and they play it late, yeah.
You're going to watch that over the World Series.
It's going to start at 9 p.m., so...
You get yourself about 5 to 6 innings in, probably.
Yep.
Okay.
What if the bar or lounge doesn't carry
Then I'll
the
go
exit?
home.
Okay.
When you go to a lounge, like you sit on a couch or something, that's what I envision.
Drink
as
a martini.
Lounge. Yeah.
Extra olives, please.
Incredible that the Blues were minus 120 last night. Vegas had to took money. They did from me. That's from 636.
Okay.
Yeah, Doug, it's got fans panicked. I was texting with the non-ling this morning. You remember that non-ling?
I do, yeah.
Said, it may not be as unpopular to say today as it might have been last week, but this not being ready to start games and not consistently doing the small things is a trend that goes back to Berube. Kind of like shingles. The threat of it happening is ever present, and it flares up periodically. Normally, the conversation about is the coach running out of ideas would be around the corner, but Monty isn't going anywhere. That is from the non-ling.
No, I wouldn't think he's
Compared
going
it to
anywhere.
shingles?
Yeah,
shingles.
where it just keeps coming. The Blues have shingles, is what he's saying. Part of the chickenpox virus.
Correct. Skipper had it in 2011.
He sure is a bad case. Oh,
Just
God, I
kept
felt
showing
that.
up.
Supposedly
doing the
it's super
post-game.
painful, too.
Oh. Here's Jim Montgomery referencing his frustration after the Kings game because he was more upbeat last night than the Kings game.
I think that's a coach's tactic.
I thought that exact thing.
Like
Mark.
if he just berates him or if he's negative too often or too critical, then they just totally
it was a
tune him
Hitchcock
out.
move. That was a Hitchcock
Yeah,
move.
you have to kind of just walk it back to, all right, the boys will be fine. Otherwise, it sets in.
It's like when he went over and consoled Hofer after taking him out.
I do wonder, and we'll ask Joey Vitale at 8:15, do you rethink a little bit of the Hofer-Bennington, like they're saying it's almost a 50-50 split. At this point, you're trying to win games, and it looks like one guy isn't giving you a great chance.
Yeah, Vitale did talk about that on the Curbside podcast, so we'll visit it here. Here is Jim Montgomery.
I was not happy the other night, so my tone was, you guys recognized it. So you guys are good at what you do. But tonight, our response, was good. I feel like we kept coming back. We showed character tonight. We showed resilience. Now, would have liked to given ourselves an opportunity through our special teams to get a tie or have a pulled goalie where it's 5-4 instead of 6-4. Yeah, I think played 7 games. 5 have been not good enough. 2 have been good.
Okay.
Some great nose acting from Jim Montgomery there. A lot of exhales with the nostrils.
Yeah, almost LaRusso-like.
Yeah.
Jackson, the song that you were humming during a commercial break yesterday, is that Nobody's Son?
By Sabrina Carpenter.
By Sabrina Carpenter. Doug, she received a lot of praise for her breath work in her performance on SNL during Nobody's Son because it requires really capitalizing on the just tenths of seconds where she would have to inhale and exhale. Mm-hmm. And that's what Jackson thought Jim Montgomery was doing there with his answer in the postgame.
Well, he's
Sabrina
using
Carpenter breath work.
Yeah, he's using his nose as a vocalized pause. Instead of saying that's like
pause.
It's good work. I'm impressed.
Okay.
Like a percussion?
Yeah, in a way, kind of becomes a character in the scene there.
It's 7 games. Stop freaking out, you dolts. That's from Mad Monkey Spank.
Well, I didn't like his tone.
He sent it with caps.
I know. I don't like that either.
I don't like scientific stuff.
If I get to the point where I'm considering watching exhibition college basketball on a Friday night, I'll walk in front of a train and end it all. That's Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Gosh, don't do that.
What an open-minded person. Mm-hmm. Oh, something I wouldn't do.
Might as well kill myself.
Must end it all.
Mm-hmm.
How deep that rotation going to be, boy?
We'll see. You know, so many questions. So many questions I have, and I want to see what it looks like tonight. No apologies from me. I'm happy to watch these Tigers. Yes, some people aren't true sons.
And you'll be able to tell or get a rough idea how good they'll be this year by this game.
Better idea than I have now.
Right. I haven't read much about Mizzou hoops, what the expectations are.
A lot of transfers. Hopefully see some major steps from some freshmen from last year. And
but
we'll
two premier guys are back leading the way.
Mark Mitchell, Anthony Robinson.
Yeah. And then a lot of new faces. A lot of those freshmen are back. There's always a trend.
Sure. T.O. Barrett and Anar Boateng. Trent Burns.
It's probably going to be the rule every year from now on. A lot of new faces this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of nice if you go from Missouri didn't win a game in the SEC 2 years ago, and then they went on a great run last year.
Friend of the show, Josh Schertz, they played in Peoria last night, had an exhibition game.
Did you go?
No, I did not
Fox
go.
2 did not send anyone? Wow.
I know. Why don't we love the Billikens?
Yeah.
I understand.
Downfall
Played a little exhibition
lose.
game up there. They've got 10 new players.
They beat Bradley last night.
They did. They played 10-minute quarters. It was bizarre, and then they played 5 of them. So there was a debate about what the final score should be.
Quarters are better than halves. College should shift to quarters.
Interesting.
Kara Spencer's Karen Cut says Sabrina Carpenter is such a great role model for our daughters. And Spicy So, who I believe it was Riot's dad or uncle, Gunter or something, wrote in about Spicy So, who's also active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, says role models should be parents, not entertainers. There's nothing wrong at all with what Sabrina does, and she makes incredible music. Doug, that's what's being discussed. Sabrina Carpenter is a role model. If you want to go in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
If you want to weigh in, Doug.
Right. Kara Spencer's Karen Cut is debating with Spicy So.
At what point, what age do you get to where you shouldn't need role models anymore? Because by 25 or 30, for sure, you're pretty much established who you're going to be, right? By 30.
Jackson, I mean, you're still under 30.
Well, I look up to Tim, obviously.
Oh, for heaven.
That off.
But generally speaking, I don't know if there is like a finite age that you're going to be like, nope, no more role models. I think you could have role models for the rest of your life. People you look up to, mentors, people who help you through tough times. I don't know. You can. I wouldn't put like a cap on it. But
there's just a time for most people's lives where they kind of think, okay, I know who I am, and this is the way I'm going to.
Is Sabrina Carpenter one of your mentors?
No, nor a role model. But I do enjoy her music.
So much so, he was humming her tunes yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Sure, it makes really catchy music.
Are musicians role models?
Think about it.
And she dated the one of my favorite young actors, Barry Keoghan, an Irishman.
Really?
Yeah. Got my support then.
Yep.
Okay.
These iPad kids need to get off YouTube chat and text in like true American citizens. That's from the Southside hash-slinging slasher.
You think it's all like 17, 18-year-olds in the YouTube chat?
Probably not much older.
Kids in study hall.
Well, the kid that called in to talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers, I found out later, is a senior in high school.
Seriously?
Yeah. His dad texted.
Wow.
So you never know who's listening.
What high school?
Clean it up.
You know what high school?
I don't know it. I could go back, which would be kind of creepy.
Scream to Vianney.
I'll go back to the dad now and say, hey, this is a little weird, but, your son, where does he go to high school? It might be just like a little weird.
That would be tough. But say you have to make up some ruse about a story you might be doing.
Okay. Yes.
This is the first time in years I think the national media might be right about the Blues this season. 10th, 11th best team in the West. It sucks. Let's go Blues. It's 10% of the season on Saturday. That's from the Salty Ball Dad from Caseyville.
Well, you can slice it any way. That's true. Play 8 games, you're a 10th of the way.
Yeah, and they're going to be jamming games in because of the schedule in February.
Which is why they want to play Ho for a little more, because they're worried about the workload of Bennington because of the break and the Olympics. I just think now, instead of this, hey, it's Hofer's turn, it's Bennington's turn, I think you got to rethink that. Kid's struggling.
Yeah, and you can't afford to fall too far back.
Correct.
Even early in the season, you can't count on a 12-game winning streak every year at the end of the year to get in the playoffs.
It has been a constant, and it was something that they were focused on this offseason, is making sure they got off to a fast start. And I think it would be fair to say at this point that has not come close to happening, in particular being outscored 23-11 at the Enterprise Center. You are welcome to give your thoughts by texting in, by calling in, by emailing in, or by just talking it over with Kara Spencer's Karen Cut and Spicy So in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Kara Spencer's Karen Cut now says Chauncey Billups is her role model. So, Doug, a debate as to
Chauncey Billups. Wow.
who a role model is. You can call in 314-974-0101. Text in 314-399-9646 or email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Coming up at 8:15, Joey Vitale with us for his weekly appearance, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. At 9 o'clock, Gabe DeArmond, his weekly appearance, brought to you by James Carlton. Plus, after a big week last week, I went 6-2 on my SEC picks. We bring it back this week with our SEC Pick'em, and we have our drops of the week along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. All that coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
It's always a great day to head to the Village Bar, but Friday for lunch, Friday for happy hour. This Saturday, watch the Mizzou game, Blues later at night, World Series. All the TVs will have it on. Great place to hang out, Village Bar. And on top of all of that, the great spirits behind the bar. That's 1879 Distilling, being made right out back in the barn, winning awards throughout the region for their 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon, the Red Barn vodka, the 6 flavored vodkas, the premium brand as well. This distilling is happening right there at the Village Bar. So when you're enjoying that cheeseburger, waffle fries, make sure you ask for a drink with 1879. It's starting to pop up around town. You can ask for it at the grocery store or at your favorite restaurant. 1879distilling.com. That's the website. Read more about the story, the rich history here in St. Louis, going back to the German distilling days in the early 1800s. Quality, taste, tradition. Well, handcrafted small batch. There really is a difference when you order a drink and get something that you enjoy. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
Doug, 1 week away from Halloween.
Okay.
What a wonderful tradition on TMA.
You guys going to dress up that day for the show?
Last year you were trash or garbage, right?
You talking about my character?
Did you not go as a can of garbage?
I believe
last year?
so. I think my younger son is bringing the garbage man costume out tonight. Doug, trunk or treat tonight. And I think that he's going to be wearing that costume, but he constantly has a Missouri football jersey on.
What's involved with a garbage man costume? You got to carry around
a garbage truck, I should say. Garbage truck. So he's a garbage truck. That's what I believe.
I get a kick out of those Transformer costumes you see little kids wear.
Oh, yeah, those are cool.
You know, they stand up, they're a dog, and then they lie down. They're an airplane or something.
They're like one of their parents is probably an engineer and made it for them.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Doug, are you wearing those sexy stockings again? That's from Stephen.
Who says I'm wearing anything?
Oh, wow.
Then there's always the kid whose family couldn't afford a costume and like, what are you? I'm a hobo. And he would just have a stick over his shoulder.
Devastating.
With a little bandana wrapped around it.
That was a big one when I was a kid.
A hobo.
Yeah.
Joey Vitale's coming up on the Stiefel dossier here in 5 minutes. Ken Iggy Strode, friend of the program, longtime member of TMA, and he is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Jackson, he says he met Sabrina Carpenter back in 2017. The Nipper School monitor asks, how was she? And he says she was very nice and tiny.
Yeah, she is famously very small.
No, really?
I'm curious.
How tall is she?
I think 5 feet.
Oh, so I could look her in the eye.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Be a good match if she weren't quite so tall.
I'm curious where he met her.
Iggy called in. He called in last Friday. Call in today. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in and be a friend of the presentation. You can text in 314-399-9646. And then you can also talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I really like Doug's Elmer Fudd vest. Bow season is open in Illinois. You going, Doug? That's from Mr. Bojangles.
I've never shot a bow.
I really like that vest.
Do you? Everything you see here is for sale.
I know. I really like that.
It's for sale?
That's right. I didn't feel it was cold enough for a big coat.
I know. I was the same way this morning. It was 39 degrees when I drove in this morning.
Yeah,
39.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a little rough there, Papers.
It's a real in-between kind of, because I was also debating heavy coat, but I just couldn't do it. I could not pull out my winter coat.
Because it'll still be probably 60-something by the afternoon.
Let's see what I got for you here. 63 is the high at 3 p.m., Doug.
Yeah.
But we're looking at 56 degrees at 7 or night. It looks like it's not going any lower than the 50s tonight.
But highs in the 50s all next week.
Yeah, I know. What are we going to do about this? A lot of rain, too.
Yeah.
Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday. Jackson, if you're going to be ball striking, you might need to be indoors.
Yeah, I think the Pied Piper has come for us. And
the Pied Piper has come for us.
He wants his payment.
He wants his payment, and it's in the cost. The worst is 39 degrees in the morning when you drive in, then 63. Because if you walk out with your winter coat, you look like...
Dress in layers, baby. Dress in layers.
Do
you have a garage or a carport?
Neither. Surface lot, baby.
Surface lot, baby.
So you got some cold time. You don't have an attached garage where you never...
No, but I have auto start on my vehicle. Blessed. So as long as I set the heat before I get out of the car the night before, I auto start and get into a warm car, which is one of the great pieces of American ingenuity.
Yeah. If you want your car stolen, that's how you do it. You auto start it while you're still inside.
It has to be locked. It has to be locked. So it would be the same.
Brick through the window.
But what about the engine running would make it easier to steal?
Because the engine's running, throw brick through the window.
But you can't start you can't start without the key.
So you would have to keep it running.
Auto start on my key, and then when you get in the car, you have to start it again.
You wouldn't own it for life, but you'd have it for the next 10 hours to do some damage elsewhere, or robberies, whatnot.
Yeah, just don't rob me, and everything will be fine.
Well, no, I think they would take the vehicle, and they wouldn't get to keep it because they don't have the keys.
Over my dead body.
Well...
Take that 7-iron out there.
You're not there.
About distance.
You're inside having cocoa while your car's warming up.
I have a watchful eye.
I have a watchful eye.
It'll all happen so fast, it'll be gone before you get out there with your 7-iron that you don't hit very far anyway.
This happened to me a few years
hit that
ago.
Skull. Yes.
I started my car, went inside, heard a commotion, looked out the window, and watched it drive away.
Yeah.
Were the keys in it?
Yeah, I didn't have an automatic start. Jackson, what was the name of that guy on the audio? You check the caller
Mr.
ID.
Settleman, Jack Settleman.
Oh, is he on?
He is.
Oh, Jackson, this is your moment to get engaged in great debate.
Wow.
The gentleman's name, who, Jackson?
Jack Settleman.
Jack Settleman is on the Callier and Thompson
And we had a
phone
clip
lines.
of him saying that game day should be at the Dakotas.
Yes, Jack, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN with the great Jackson Burkett.
Good morning. This is a quick answer. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm here in Brookings, South Dakota.
Because you're so excited about that game?
I am excited about the game. I'm excited to see what it's like down here, up here, I guess.
So are you tied to the South Dakota community, or you're just going and traveling around the country going to games?
Yeah, so for Snapback, we go weekly to college football games. We went last year. We went to 20 games, and this year we're on our Snapback Saturday season 2, and this is where it took us. We were actually supposed to go to LSU this weekend, and we pivoted just with everything going down with Brian Kelly and LSU. We want to find the best experience in college football, and we didn't feel like LSU was going to be that this weekend.
Got it. So what games over the last couple of weeks have you been to for perspective for us and our audience?
Yeah. So last week we went to the Holy War, and it actually ranked as number 1 all time in our experiences rating by 0.01. So we rate all the games amongst 4 categories: fans and atmosphere, food, uniqueness, and then like a smorgasbord of stadium gameplay and city. And what we're trying to do is not look for the best game. So, that I think is more college game day. Best game, biggest ratings. We're looking for the best experience. So what is the best 48 or 72 hours that you're going to see? And so we did that. We started the season in Hawaii. We did Texas, Ohio State week 1. I went to UT, so that was not as fun seeing my Longhorns lose to Ohio State 2 times in a row. But yeah, we've seen some fun stuff.
Have you ever been to a Mizzou game?
No. What do you think? Do you think it would do well?
Compared to a lot of these other places, probably about middle of the road, I would say.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's probably not over the top like some other places.
I will admit, one of the games. What week did they play Kansas? Was it week 1 or week 2 this year?
September 6th.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember where we were that week. So look, this is the reality, and this is why when I say game day was in the wrong spot, I'm not naive. I run this business, and I'm not saying I run college football. I run my own business, so I understand the industry. And we went to Oregon that weekend. It was Oklahoma State, Oregon. We had an opportunity to work alongside Oregon, tour their facilities, kind of get a behind-the-scenes look. And so we saw the Oklahoma State game, and that was, a decision that for a startup, we have to plan our schedule a lot of the time, like months and months ahead of time. And I wanted to go to Kansas, Missouri. But, our head of content was like, we got to go to Oregon. We got to show what it's like. And Austin was amazing, but I was bummed to miss that.
So how did it all start? And you got a good following, and you do this every week going to the big, not the biggest game, but just experiencing different college football atmospheres. Tell me about the origin.
Yeah, so it all started at the Red River rivalry. I went to UT, as I mentioned. 2017, I started posting content. And I was just, I would post content. Like, you can't be at a game every minute, so we would post sports updates and highlights and memes and, different news like that. And then when I would go to games, because I was going to school in Austin, I would call them snapback experiences. And then, some 4, 5, 6 years later, when I was able to go full time, we started this tour method where we went to every Thursday night NFL game one year. We went to every Monday night NFL game one year. And then last year we got into college football. And that was kind of like our breakthrough, just because the fan bases, the engagement, like I mentioned, the experience. There's something like Arrowhead, right, is one of our top experiences in the NFL. But the games are typically on Sundays, and people got work the next day, and it's just not. It doesn't take over the city like a college football game does, and so that's where we've really enjoyed that. And I love it, and why I've kind of built a company around this, and we're building a platform in the future for this, is because this is where memories are made, right? Like, everyone thinks about the memory that they've had. It's a priceless time when you get that perfect night. And so, yeah, we want to showcase the best experiences in the world, the most unique experiences in the world. And I often remind people, everyone's experience is different. If we all went to the South Dakota State game this weekend, and you sat on the other side of the field, and you went with your wife, and I went with, my coworkers, and someone went with their child, like, that's a unique experience for everyone in itself. So, but those are memories that you'll have for life.
Jackson, who is one of our wonderful producers here on the presentation, disagreed with your perspective on the location of game day. Jackson, what was your case?
I like what you said there, Jack, about you're trying to find the best experience. I don't know if South Dakota, North Dakota would be the best experience. I'm sure it's going to be an awesome atmosphere. I just think this week, for a national perspective, game day going to Nashville for Vanderbilt, Missouri is, like, to me, like a no-doubter, mostly given the slate. But I think, like, this just has by far the most national appeal over South Dakota, North Dakota.
100%. And that's why I love the internet, because we can only get our takes out in a minute, and we can't have nuanced conversation. But what you just said, from a national perspective, and from ESPN and ABC and Disney, and they want the most amount of viewership, yeah, that is the national storyline. I don't disagree with that. What I am saying is, I think, college game day used to also have the pulse on college football and be the heartbeat and go where the story is. And I think that they've lost touch with that a little bit. And maybe that's, hammering them for really, I thought last weekend was an embarrassment of a decision. Like, how many times are we going to see, Ole Miss, Georgia, they're turning the SEC into the NFL where, oh, this is a huge game between two, big teams, and then it's on to the next. Versus the Holy War, you had the passion and you had the excitement and you had a rivalry that I thought you could have told a bigger story. But from a dollars perspective, from a ratings perspective, and one other thing that, can also be misconstrued is, I'm not saying that that's not a great storyline also. Like, I think that, that's the other thing. When we were debating whether to come here or stick around at LSU, because we wanted to actually hear fans talk about, well, does Death Valley live as the best experience in college football when maybe they are having a down year? Can they get up for a game against number 3? And it's not like it was 100%, 0%. We spent 48 hours deliberating, and it was 55-45, and we just leaned in one direction. So, yes, and part of the thing about Vanderbilt, in my opinion, is I think they need to be telling the Pavia story. Like, I think they need to put him on the map. We're all college football junkies. Like, we know who Diego Pavia is. But my parents don't know. My uncle doesn't know, right? College football casuals don't know. So I am excited for them to tell a story about Coach, living down the street from where he works every single day. Yeah. I'm actually excited to tune in for it tomorrow. Fortunately, this game in South Dakota is at night, and game day is early in the morning. So, yeah, they do a great job. But it's probably more hitting on last week more than this week.
All right, Jack. Thank you for the perspective, Jackson. You found common ground
Absolutely.
Here. You don't want to yell at him.
No,
you don't want to berate him.
No, this is how conversations happen. This is how progress is made.
Let him have it.
Making concessions and understanding perspective.
Why does this guy hate Mizzou?
Jack, thanks for calling in, man. That's really awesome.
Send this to our politicians. Let's teach them how to build this.
Amen.
Jack, thank you for calling in and enjoy the Dakotas.
Appreciate it.
There he is.
He's going to the Badlands.
Yeah, he is at the Badlands. North Dakota State, South Dakota showdown. And Jackson, you found common ground.
Yeah, I get his perspective. And I think not like what he's doing, which is a much more mobile, much more dynamic kind of thing, meaning you don't have massive production going around it, can make a pivot like that and highlight something that's really cool onto YouTube and the internet, which is a great outlet for not exposing, but showing people what other sides of college football can be. I think that's perfect for him. I think Game Day is in the right place, and we both agreed.
Are Jackson and this monotone version of the porta potty guy going to kiss? That's from Mitch. Let's go to the locker room. You will like. Come, Steve.
Yeah, I figure people are going to rip me for that, but it comes to
I think they were concerned. I think they were very concerned that we may have woken him up from a good slumber. And it is a new model where you have the listeners contact a potential guest and then have that person call in.
It really takes the work off my plate.
Steven Time is the one who booked it, and he feels like he's got a W classic. Jackson backing down. That's Steven Time.
Well, unfortunately, people don't talk to people in person or over the phone like they do on the internet. So,
how about that?
Maybe log off.
If you're
log off, fella.
If you're just a website, smallish website, trying to somehow compete against ESPN for viewers at the same venue, it's not going to go well for you.
Would agree.
You may as well take the opposite direction and go somewhere else.
Sure. And I don't disagree with his point about Ole Miss and Georgia. The Holy War is like a really awesome thing, and both those teams are super legit. That, to me, would make more sense, but I know Big New is going there as well.
Now, ESPN owns SEC Network, so they are kind of in bed with the SEC. So there's probably times when the decision, if it's a tie, they're going to lean towards the SEC. There's probably something to that.
Right,
I think the whole Nashville vibe, too, is part of it. I mean, Vandy, to me, there's no doubt you go there. Vandy being 10th in the country, haven't been there since 2008. And just kind of the Nashville vibe scene that just adds to, I mean, it's good TV.
We will talk it over with the Colonel on Missouri and Vanderbilt at 9 o'clock. Joey Vitale next here, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Joey with his weekly appearance on the program. Joey Vitale next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
folks, Joe Vitale here. I'm here to talk about your garage door. I tell you one thing, when that thing doesn't work, it is a pain in the rear end. Well, good news for you as we enter into these winter months where it's going to be cold. I got a garage door company for you. Call my friend Jason. He's a heck of a guy. He's got a great company. Schaefer Door Company is where they're at. You can visit their website at schaeferdoorcompany.com. But better yet, for the best service, give them a call. Shoot them a text. Here is their direct line, 636-782-3608. That, again, is Schaefer Door Company. They will take care of all your needs. You don't need to be walking through the snow. No one's got time for that. Give them a call, 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master, authorized dealer.
Doug, is there a better tradition in St. Louis broadcasting than Joey Vitale on Friday mornings on TMA?
I can't think of one. No.
Well, it is an absolute delight to welcome to the program the great Joey Vitale here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Morning, Joey.
Morning, Tim. How you doing, buddy?
Wonderful. How are you, brother?
I'm doing awesome. Doing awesome. It's a great day to be alive.
Man, this guy, he's so positive, Doug. He's lifting our spirits already. Was listening to you on the Curbside podcast, driving into the program this morning and talking about last night's festivities. So many different areas to cover. One of the things that I want to get your perspective on is somebody who played the game and, of course, has been around this team now for a number of years. The Blues' issues with starts. And not just starts in games, but starts to the season. And that's something that Jim Montgomery talked about wanting to focus on this week. And then with regard to start to the season, something that was talked about throughout the offseason. And unfortunately, both of those things have not been tended to yet. What do you think is causing these issues for the Blues, Joey?
You know, I look at this team. It's interesting. You know, I think it's at some point, you have to figure out who you are, right? You know, this Blues team reminds me a lot of my years in high school. You know, you're a freshman, you're like, trying to fit in. I don't want to be the dork, and I'll go to homecoming because I don't want to be the loser that doesn't go to homecoming. And then sophomore year, you're kind of in that slump, and you kind of think you're too cool for school, but you're not to the end yet. It's just this like transition, and you don't really know who you are. And it's like a 4 or 5 year period through that kind of pre-teens and into the puberty era where you're like, who am I? You know, and then you kind of go to college and you realize who you are. I kind of feel like the Blues are in the sense where they're trying to ask themselves and be honest with themselves about who they are. You know, and what I have seen with this team, and this is you know, relatively standard for teams early in a season, especially with some new members. I think everyone loves the idea of trying to win games the easiest way possible. I mean, it's human nature, right? We always resort to the path of least resistance. That's why you pour water on your driveway and it always runs somewhere. It always runs to the low point because that's nature, right? You want to do what's easiest. And I think for this team, you look at the way they want to score goals and the way they want to play, and I think that their starts have been that perimeter, high skill, high octane, high speed style of hockey, which you see around the league that a lot of teams can do. I don't know if this team is there just yet. So I think, again, I revisit the idea of this team asking themselves, like, who are we? And I'll tell you one thing. When they play a certain style, they're successful. But they haven't gotten that style until the second, sometimes third period. Let's look at last night's game. You know, a little bit slower of a start again. You know, maybe the wheels aren't churning the way you want to. Certainly not as physical as you want to. but then you fall behind by 4, and everyone gets teed off. Right before the first goal, Braden Shen, I mean, there might as well not have been a puck on the ice in that shift in the second period. He was just running through bodies, right? But then it was great because then Matthew Joseph backed it up with 2 hits. And there was Jake Neighbors getting in the mix. All of a sudden, the Blues are on the board, right? And then they draw the power play. They draw a power play. Why? Because they're moving their feet and they're grinding it out. Philip Broberg draws a penalty from going up the ice. They score on the power play. All of a sudden, it goes from 4-0 to 4-2. We're in business, right? Crowds into the game. So I say that because that's who they are right now, whether they like it or not. And it's not an easy game to play. And this is why a lot of teams don't want to do it. A lot of players don't want to do it. But this is who they are. They're physical. You have to forecheck. You have to, Jimmy Snuggerud, Robert, I don't care who you are. You have to go. You have to jump. You have to play with speed. And you have to put your body through people. You have to get to the front of the net. I mean, it's a hard area. You're going to get bumps and bruises, but that's just the way it is. Now, they're not going to be that way the entire season because teams evolve. Teams go up and teams go down. You know, look at the second half last year. They weren't necessarily a physical brand through the stretch all the way to playoffs. They actually found their groove. Special teams started to turn over. Their offense, the Jordan Kyrou started to come alive. They started scoring skillful plays and transition and rush plays and breakaways. But I think right now, I think that at this point in the season, in this like first chapter, if you will, I think they just got to face the facts that this is who we are. We have to play that physical style. And for Jim Montgomery, it's got to be his job to try to get those leaders going in the right direction. And then all the middle and below guys got to follow suit.
I was going to ask a question, and I thought it'll get dunked on, and then I looked at the text line and said the same thing. This team needs Lucic. And I was going to ask you, do you think, and I know he's been around, maybe a little more grit at the bottom, and we're talking about kind of bringing guys into the game and getting a little more physical. Do you think he's in the mix?
I do, Marty, and I think that he would be a great supplemental piece. But I'm not going to sit here and say, too, that the Blues absolutely need someone like him. I actually think that their leadership in that room right now is the best it's been in years. You know, not only Braden Shen, Cam Fowler is such a poised voice on the back end. He's a chatty guy in the locker room. Justin Falk, Robert Thomas, I've heard, is really starting to come more and more out of his shell. I mean, Jake Neighbors is always talking. There's plenty of voices, and there's plenty of guys in that room that are pulling the rope in the right direction. But I would look at Lucic as just another supplemental piece, just another, just something extra at the very end. But no, you bring him in the locker room, and he's going to be vocal. I mean, his presence alone is going to be something special. I think that when he's on the ice, he's going to create space. He's going to create this idea that guys are probably more confident than they should be, which is a positive thing as well. So I think it could help, but I'm a believer of this team. You know, I look at these last couple games. I know they've been up and down. This homestand's been up and down. But I'll be honest with you, I'm just a believer of this team. I just know that they're going to be good, and this is going to be a playoff team. I look at some of these games on this homestand, and you look at the scores, and you're like, ooh, ouch. Let's be real. Let's just be real. The Blues did not get a save early in that game yesterday. The Blues did not get a save in that Chicago game when Joe Hofer started the game before that. You know, they're not necessarily getting that early save from Joe Hofer in these games. So then what happens is you fall behind by 2, you fall behind by 3, you fall behind by 4, and then you got to play catch-up hockey, which is cowboy hockey, which is like, just high-risk hockey, which is not the style they want to play, but you have to play that way because you're behind. You need goals, right? So I think it's just big picture. Joe Hofer is in a little bit of a rut. He's going to pull out of this. He's a hell of a goaltender. I'm telling you, this guy is world-class. He's going to be a starter very soon in the National Hockey League, and he's going to look back on this little chapter and kind of laugh at it. He is a solid goaltender. He's going to get his mojo back. He's going to get his groove back. And when he does, and this Blues team starts getting that save early on, they're just going to start building. It's going to look a lot like what that LA game was the other day. Low scoring, but they're going to find some wins here throughout the stretch.
Do you think we may see a little less of Hofer in the coming days, or will they stick with the long-term plan of getting him in there often?
Yeah, I do, Doug. I actually do. I know that Jim Montgomery he's been trying to go 50-50 split, it seems like. But I think these last 2 starts for Hofer, I think you just got to be real, that everyone's going to have their bad days. Everyone's going to kind of go through a rough stretch. And what do? You don't necessarily keep putting players out there throughout the rough stretch. Sometimes you just got to give them that reset. It wouldn't shock me one bit to see Bennington in both starts on this upcoming road trip as they go to Detroit. We go to Detroit tonight. We'll play there tomorrow, and then Pittsburgh's on Monday. It wouldn't shock me one bit at all, actually. But eventually, after a couple 2-3 game reset, you're going to have to use him again. I mean, Binnington's going to need some rest. You got some big backups coming up, back-to-back games. I think next week's the soonest one they have, actually, where it's at Pittsburgh and then home versus Detroit. So that's a perfect situation. Maybe you get Hofer in. Maybe you use him. You could potentially even use him on the road in Pittsburgh because I know a lot of times coaches, they look at goaltenders and they say it's not just about performances. Sometimes it's buildings. Right now, Hofer, he's been much better on the road. For some reason, something at home is not clicking. So maybe you give him a road game and then the back-to-back for Binnington next week when Detroit comes to town, you use more of that. So it could be leverage in the sense of where he's playing, and maybe he's just a goaltender right now that's going to find it on the road. So all the things that Davey Alexander and Jim Montgomery are going to be discussing here, it will change things up a little bit. I think you got to ride the horse of Binnington as much as you can here over the next couple weeks until you find that Joel Hofer's back in his groove.
That'd be the same thing with Mayu. He continues to go through some growing pains. I couldn't help but notice his plus-minus of -9 is tied for the league worst. Do you keep throwing him out there too?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I mean, that's a really tricky one. You know, you had this trade with Zachary Bolduc, and you know Bolduc has had a great start to his year there in Montreal, and then so. That adds, I think, a little extra pressure. It adds more incentive that you want to get this kid out there. So, which is positive. That's a good thing for Logan, you know, but also it's one of those moments you got to take a step back. And, you know, I think the big question mark is, does Logan need to be playing more hockey? You know, and it'd be interesting to see what they do. Now, I know you don't want to send him down to the minors. But sometimes that's exactly what a player needs. Now, you're going to have to probably swallow a little bit of your pride to do that, especially because, again, you go back to the trade. But the trade's over. The past is the past. We got to do what's best for Logan Mailloux right now. Now, they've tried him on different D pairings. They tried him with Cam Fowler last night. They've had him with young guys and Tyler Tucker. To me, he looks still a little bit out of sorts. He's a young kid. It takes a long time. Chris Pronger said it the other day. It sometimes takes 200-300 games to really understand how to manage a hockey game at the back end. It's a tough position. You know, Doug, when a forward like Jimmy Snuggerud makes a mistake on the ice last night, guess what? He's got 4 of his buddies who are probably right behind him, including 2 defensemen, and there's a goaltender. When a defenseman makes an error in the game, he's exposed because he's the last line of defense before the goalie. So anytime that a defenseman gets exposed, it's more highlighted than a forward. It just is. So it's a tough spot for Logan. But the question becomes, you know, if he's not finding a groove at the NHL level, well, his minutes are drastically down now. Is a young player really going to get better if you're playing him 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 minutes in the National Hockey League and you have to bench him to big stretches and he can't play in the third period? I don't know if that's good for his confidence. I don't know if it's good for his development. So the question then becomes, do we put him down in the minors? Do we let him play 24, 25 minutes? Play on the power play, kill penalties, start games, be a leader down there, get his groove back, get his confidence back, get him in reps, get him in games, and then call him back up when he's a bit more refreshed. Because there's the tough spot where Logan's in right now where he's a young kid and he's trying to find his groove, but he's doing it with limited minutes. Limited minute hockey is a really hard thing to do. You ask any forward, any fourth liner that plays 8-9 minutes, it's a very drastically different looking game for them compared to a player that can go 18 or 19.
But if you send him down, then you're really lean in the blue line. I don't know if they have any depth or maybe even look around the league if there's somebody that's kind of even a journeyman defenseman. You saw it the last couple of years with Suter. It was just kind of to come around and help, and then he became a necessity and started playing huge minutes. Do you think they're maybe in the market then for an additional defenseman?
I don't know. Is Ryan Suter still available, Mark? I don't think he signed anywhere. I mean,
wouldn't that be interesting? His number is taken by Pius Suter, but it's the same number, so maybe they can both, like in college football, Doug, how they all wear the same number.
Right.
We'll have both Suters on the ice at the same time.
Yeah, that could be kind of fun. You know, it's an interesting point, Marty. I talked to Tyler Tucker earlier this year, and I asked him. I said, you know, how does it feel to be an established player? You've gone through a couple of years of being up and down, but you're really set in their eyes that you're ready for the NHL last year. And he just went right to Ryan Suter. And I say this because it is so valuable having a veteran player back there to help kind of lead things along. And he talked about Ryan. He talked about how, you know, in the D zone last year, you know, Tucker was just a fresh pup in the league, and he's playing with this absolute legend who's played over 1,500 games in the National Hockey League. So it was kind of a match made in heaven. But Tucker said, you know, Ryan Suter was always talking to him on the bench. They had certain rules at breakouts when they would go back for pucks. You know, a strong side would be a rim. If they go D to D, you continued up the strong side. But there was like 4 or 5 rules they had set in stone. And Tyler Tucker, he really simplified his game that way. And I think that mentorship from Ryan really paid dividends for Tyler Tucker because those rules, he stuck by them. He even laughed at a couple times, mid-season, I was starting to get confident, and I would almost break a rule where instead of going strong side, I'd try to go up to the middle and wheel it. And he said, even when it worked, he'd come back to the bench, and Ryan would be like, don't do that. Don't you do that. Don't ever do that again. And poor Tyler Tucker's like, what? I thought it kind of worked pretty well. He goes, we have rules. It's like that scene from was it Major League when Hayes catches that outfielder in the breadbasket. He says, "Nice catch, Hayes. Don't ever do it again." It was kind of like that for Tyler Tucker, where he was making these plays, but Ryan was strict. It's like, no, man. Listen, I played over 15 games in the National Hockey League, and I did it from surviving and playing a simple game. So that mentorship is huge. So why do I bring that up? Well, because the extra defenseman right now they have is a Matthew Kessel, who's also young. They got a lot of young D back there. And maybe at times you are missing a little bit of that veteran presence. And it wouldn't shock me a little bit if Doug Armstrong is in the market for what that veteran presence player could potentially look like.
Maybe they need a veteran to mentor some of the top offensive guys. They're not getting much from their headliners. Kyrou, Buchnevich, Thomas, Holloway, they've all got exactly 1 goal 7 games into the season. That's got to change if they're going to have any success at all, don't you think?
They're going to need to get things going. 5-on-5, chemistry's been all over the place because personnel's been all over the place. I think Jim Montgomery's putting everything through the rinse cycle, trying to find the right guys and the right combinations. So that's something that's certainly going to have to get ironed out here pretty soon. One way for this group of guys, like you mentioned, Doug, to get going offensively, because you're right. I mean, this team's going to go nowhere if their top guys are not scoring. But an area where it's a change that could happen that could really spark everything, it's just the power play. Put 5-on-5 aside. The power play can be a little stagnant at times. They've juggled the units a little bit, and I think that you look even like last night's game. It's a 2-goal game. You battle all the way back in that second. You draw 2 penalties late in the second. It was really just nothing, right? And then it's still a 2-goal game entering into the third. You draw another penalty, and it's still nothing, right? You're waiting. You're like, this power play can make a difference. So to me, with the star players and the top guys, I think if they can sort through this power play a little bit, and I have full trust in Steve Ott, he did a hell of a job last year. Remember, this was a power play. At the end of last season, from December on to the end of the regular season, they were ranked 3rd, a power play, ranked 3rd in the National Hockey League. Remember, that power play won them games, and it got those guys points. So I think that for a high offensive player, they need confidence, they need point energy, and it's not always going to happen 5-on-5. Once they kind of make a couple adjustments on the power play, which I predict to see here over the next couple of games on this road, maybe you start chipping in on the power play. You get these guys going here a little bit because they're engines, they're alphas, they're the guys that everyone on the bench is looking to. The Thomases, the Kyrous, the Buchneviches, even Dylan Holloway. I know he's not happy with the start to his season point-wise. He's been kind of shuffled around up and down the lineup. They need him to get going. They need everyone to stop thinking, just reacting, and start playing some hockey. Because once they do that, I'm telling you, this is a good hockey team. I've seen a lot of hockey teams. I see the teams they're playing. This team is built very well. They are underperforming. They know that. But they do have the coaching staff and the leadership group to really turn this thing around. I believe it.
But then on Monday, they've got to face Sid the Kid, the ageless Sidney.
Boy.
Did you know? Oh, okay. Oh, did you play in Pittsburgh? He has 6 goals already. Sid the Kid is energized, so beware, beware, Sid lurks.
He's the man. He will not stop. This guy's going to play till he's 50. He just doesn't know how to quit. It's quite admirable. He's a mentor. He's the best player currently in the National Hockey League right now. You see his numbers. I think he just passed up Mario Lemieux in points the other day. Someone said, I mean, he's creeping up to the top. He's not going to touch the great one of Wayne Gretzky. He won't have enough time for that. I don't think anyone will ever touch that one. But he's just a world-class athlete, world-class human, continues to get it done. And just when you thought Pittsburgh, with all their older guys, were about to kind of fall off the map, they got a nice little resurgence. The Blues got their hands full this weekend. This was a back-to-back at the beginning of the season. You kind of circled thinking, okay, we can scrape together 3 out of 4 points here with Pittsburgh and Detroit. Both teams right now respectively second in their division, so both teams playing very good. It's going to be a good test.
Logan Cooley had the hat trick last night for Utah. He's only 21. Is this guy going to be a future star?
He's a stud, man. I tell you, he played with Jimmy Snuggerud at the University of Minnesota. Those two played together with Matthew Nyes, of course, now with Toronto. I mean, that was a lot. I mean, that's got to be one of the most legendary college lines of all time. They were terrific. But Logan Cooley, he's a special player, Doug. And I'm going to tell you, you look at his goals last night, all goal scorers can learn a lot from his hat trick. And I'm going to tell you why. Because he scored a one-timer in the high slot, Brett Hull style, right? He scored a absolutely gorgeous Connor McDavid goal shortly after, right between his legs. You know, he pulled it from his forehand between his legs through traffic. I mean, incredible set of hands to score the second one. So hard shot, great hands. And then the other goal was a power play goal at the doorstep, like right at the doorstep, not afraid to get to the inside. Here's the thing. If you want to be a goal scorer in this league, it's a hard league. You can't just score the one-timers from the slot like he did in his first goal. You know, you have to be well-versed. You have to be multi-dimensional. That's why Kirill Kaprizov is the wealthiest hockey player in the National Hockey League. Yeah, it was a lot of money that Billy Guerin had to fork over for him. But the guy, he just scores goals from everywhere. He's a competitor. I mean, this is what makes these players those special diamonds, where Kirill Kaprizov, like Logan Cooley, he'll score the one-timers. He's got an elite shot. He's got a deceptive release. It pops off his blade, all those things. But you'll see Kirill Kaprizov score goals off his butt, knee pad, whole headbutt. He doesn't care how he scores. He gets in and everywhere around the net, and that's what really separates what you see in the league, those 25 to 30 goal scorers, to like the 40 and 50 goal scorers. Leon Draisaitl, another perfect example. He scores them on the one-timer on the power play. He gets to the front of the net. He had some really goofy bounces last year in the Stanley Cup final, as we all remember, all those overtime goals. He scores goals all over the place. Logan Cooley is a player with Utah, is another supplemental piece for them that is going to make this Utah team even more dangerous. Curbs and I were talking about on the broadcast last night, those Arizona Coyotes, boy, they sucked for a long time. And I can say that because I was on that sucky Coyote team. We sucked for a long, long time. But when you suck that long, what happens? You get top 10 picks. They got a Clayton Keller. You get a Logan Cooley. Look at that Dylan Gunther. I mean, these guys can play hockey, and they're highly skilled players, and they're kind of coming into their own. They're entering their prime. Utah, for the last 4 years, they have gotten better and better each and every year in the point. They barely missed the playoffs last year. This is a contender now. They're built very well.
Joey Vitale with us, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company every Friday here on TMA. You going to trunk or treat tonight?
Buddy, I'm going to be heading to Detroit.
Yeah.
City.
I thought you might fly private tomorrow morning so you could be a trunk or treat.
I thought about it. I'll tell my kiddos to look for it, but one of them's a K-pop demon hunter. You ever watch that K-pop demon hunter show?
Do you like K-pop? I know, right?
I don't know what that is, no.
Oh, they got this Soda Pop song, man. It is the jam.
Is it really?
Okay. Oh, man, listen to this song. It's called Soda Pop. I just want to...
Jackson, you want to bring us back with Soda Pop?
I just want to shake my groove thing. It's this kid's cartoon, but, man, they got a good soundtrack. I just play it when I'm on the road and heading out of the rink by myself. Anyway, one's going to be a K-pop demon hunter. What are your kids going to be, Tim?
My younger one is a garbage truck. He had the costume on last night, and then I think the older one is debating on a variety of different slasher movie leads. That's kind of his.
Oh, nice.
It's kind of his theme. It has been for about 5 years.
Show up with like a fake knife.
I think that's.
Nobody has a problem with that. Joey, why don't you call Army and tell him you're going to need to fly in tomorrow if he can arrange a plane?
Hold the plane.
Oh. I would love that. Hey, I got one quick Halloween story for you guys, and I'll let you go. We were in Pittsburgh. So Halloween is Sid the Kid. Heard of him? Sidney Crosby, my friend. It's his favorite holiday, and he loves it so much because he can just be a normal person. I don't know if I've ever told you guys this story. He can be normal, right? He can wear a mask, and he can go down Carson Street. He can go anywhere he wants Halloween night because no one knows. I mean, you think about it, like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why I never think of it that way, but here's a person that can't go anywhere in that city without being just hammered with fans and autographs. So he loves Halloween. So my first year in Pittsburgh, we're on Carson Street, which is, I guess, the equivalent of Bourbon Street for New Orleans. Not quite that crazy, and the women are not like that. I'm saying, but it's a party street. There's lots of partying. You know what I mean? And he was the gladiator. Russell Crowe, Maximus. And he had his mask on, he had his sword, and it was so funny because we knew it to be Sid, and you're going into these clubs, and he has his mask on, and you have to ID, and these bouncers looking at our IDs, and he sees Sidney Crosby's ID, and he asks him to lift his mask, and his eyes got so big. He's like, "Oh yeah, come on in." But later in the night, we were going down Carson Street there, and we were all having fun, and he's saying he's doing that line from Gladiators, like Maximus Decimus Meridius, father to a murdered son, husband, and he's screaming this line from the movie, and all these guys on the street like, shut up, you bum, go home. And they only knew that underneath the mask was their franchise centerman had already won 2 cups at the time for that city. They would have had a good chuckle. But no, it was fun. It's fun holiday. Hope everyone's out there and has a safe time. Trunk or treat. Love these trunk or treats, by the way. It's good for the parents. They just pull up and they can just watch their kids run around a parking lot. It's pretty safe. I don't know who started these trunk or treats, but they're a lot of fun.
Great vehicle for parents drinking.
That's what it'll be, Martin. That's exactly right. That's a tight read. I was looking forward to having a libation with Joey, but he will be in the Motor City for the Blues and Red Wings tomorrow, 5 p.m. pregame here on 101 ESPN Puck Drop at 6 p.m. Joey, appreciate it. Safe travels, sir. Always good to talk it over with you.
Hey, it's a highlight of my week talking to you fellas. You guys have a great weekend.
Thank you, Joey. You too.
Thanks, Joey.
Joey Vitale brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER door.com. If your garage door breaks this weekend, no worries. Go to SchaeferDoor.com, and they set aside times on Monday mornings so they can get out there for the doors that break over the weekend, and it will be repaired right away on Monday morning. 636-782-3608. That's the number that they set up specifically for TMA listeners at Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and his team, SchaeferDoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installations, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or a warehouse with big doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs as well. It's Schaefer Door Company, sponsored Joey Vitale on Fridays here on TMA, SchaeferDoor.com, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Gabe DeArmond joining us at the start of the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. He is presented every Friday by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. It's coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Watched the Blues game last night. Saw that commercial. Our buddy Jim Olive, Auto Loan Pro, with Robert Thomas, friend of the show. AutoLoanPro.com is the website where you can pick out a vehicle. These are pre-owned vehicles, but you're able to get into that car with little to no money down. Also, the best rates possible. They're able to do this because they work with over 50 different lenders. Doesn't matter what your situation, what your circumstance. Check out that website, AutoLoanPro.com. They'll be able to get you into that car. They know getting the car is difficult with financing, especially if you've had a hiccup. Doesn't matter. They can get you back on track. Also have that free playbook to help understand how it all works, the whole credit system. Learn a little bit and pick out your vehicle. It's part of the Lita family, so you'll get educated and get that vehicle. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. They'll help you with the vehicle, help you understand the credit industry, all at one website. Everything you need to know right there. Get the car, little to no money down, best rate possible. It's AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Game 1 of the World Series gets underway this evening, and you can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Blue Jays and Dodgers, pregame at 6 p.m., first pitch at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, this time tomorrow, we will all be locked in on College Game Day in Nashville, Tennessee, where Jackson's inside sources are telling him that Kenny Chesney and who else?
Dirk Bentley.
Dirk Bentley, Vanderbilt guy, will be performing. Nate Bargatze will be the celebrity game day guest picker. Missouri, Vanderbilt, College Game Day at 8 a.m. locally, and the kickoff at 2:30 p.m. And joining us right now, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. It is the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond of Power Mizzou. Morning, Colonel.
Hi, guys.
Colonel, you have been making media rounds. You did that SEC podcast. Doug, that's with SEC Mike and Cousin Shane. And one of them says, Texas, like that. They don't say
really?
Texas. They say Texas, and I really like that. Colonel, how was the appearance?
It was good. I like those guys. They're always fun. A lot of media requests this week. Sometimes I miss covering 6 and 6.
Oh, damn. Sometimes I miss covering 6 and 6. A little free time for you at that point. Can I share that? Can I share the text you sent me yesterday? Was that for? I
don't know. What was it about?
Just had coffee with the guy from Coyote Hill.
Oh, yeah, I don't care because I'm probably not going to do it, but you can say it.
All right, here we go. Just had a coffee with a guy from Coyote Hill, which is a foster care ministry in town. He wants us to do a fundraiser where if we get a certain amount donated during a postgame show, we take our shirts off.
Oh, wow. Gosh, this is for foster care?
I mean, I still truly don't know how this became a thing.
I think it's when Doug would ask you if you would do it for him.
I never said that.
And
Tim, I don't remember which day it was in J school. I feel like it was in Greeley Kyle's class.
Greeley Kyle.
They told us about taking donations online to strip as part of our job.
That's correct. Knowing that the industry didn't pay particularly well, they said you're going to have to find a second job.
A lot of nudity involved.
And that's exactly right. That was Greeley Kyle teaching us that.
I think the late, great Kent Collins did that particular lecture, maybe.
Keiko, yep. He had some time at Fox, and that was one of the things that he shared with us as well. Yes.
Well, but this may surprise Gabe and the dais, but the Chicago Bears quarterback, this is actually a theme. Jackson, do you think this makes sense to share this with Gabe? I know this was from Goofball Corner, which is later in the show. But the Bears quarterback, Caleb Williams, is responding to talk.
Well, just needed context here.
Okay.
Wiener Circle, Gabe, which is a hot dog place up in Chicago, offered free hot dogs for everybody if Ben Johnson, the head coach of the Bears, goes shirtless after a game. And Caleb Williams was asked about that during the week this week.
Take a listen.
I don't know if I'm going to encourage him to take his shirt off, but if he does it, he loves Chicago, and I think he's been enjoying Chicago, so he may or may not do it. So we'll see. But I'm not going to encourage the guy to take off his shirt and for some hot dogs. But
nice little media chuckle.
Yeah, right there.
But see now, NFL quarterbacks are being asked, "Will your coach take his shirt off?" So, Doug, you started this.
I didn't.
At least Bears fans are getting free hot dogs out of this. What are my people getting out of this?
Satisfaction.
Literally nothing.
An image to last a lifetime.
Amen.
It's disturbing.
Well,
This is what happens when you have ranked matchups, man. This is the attention you're going to get.
Do you think
you would think they would be paying more attention to the football, but I've learned long ago that's not the case.
Do you think, Gabe, that Eli has leaned into this? Hey, it's Vanderbilt's coronation. It's all about. Yeah. And do you sense that for sure that he's telling the team that too?
Yeah, I think look, this whole program has been built on something to prove. Nobody believes in us. Nobody's paying attention to us. Nobody's talking about us. So, yeah, I think so. And also, why are we asking the visiting coach about Gameday being there? I don't understand it. Like, he's going to, at most, do like a 3-minute Zoom with Gameday. It's possible maybe they came here to do a story or something. I don't quite get it. Why this is a question Eli Drinkwitz even needs to be asked, much less twice.
So you're pretty bitter and upset about it.
No, I just don't. It just like many things, it doesn't make sense to me.
Right, but for Clark Lee, it's a question. Right, hey, it's a home game. How exciting for you? And I think the question for Drink is, hey, is your hope to get these fellas here at some point? Right, I know what you're saying. And I think Drink is dialed in on this. Hey, they're getting all the love, and it's all going to come down to stopping Pavia. What's your level of confidence there?
Stopping, my level would be low. He's going to make some plays. He's made plays against it. Nobody has shut him down. Alabama did the best job, but that also, he turned the ball over twice inside the Alabama 20. So that really, they didn't shut him down as far as yardage and plays. So I think he's going to make plays. I think somebody's going to have to score probably 27 to win this game, because I trust both offenses to get some things done. And, a lot of people have pointed to this week, well, Missouri beat Diego Pavia twice already. Well, the first time he was at New Mexico State, so that doesn't count. And then the second time was last year. They beat him 30-27 in double overtime when Vandy missed a 31-yard field goal. Like, they didn't exactly shut Diego Pavia down in that game.
Yeah, that was a hell of a game. And that was really the game that was an announcement that Vanderbilt was present in 2024, and they certainly caught everybody's attention in their next game in which they beat Alabama. One of the things that I'm going to be focusing on, and it's a theme here in St. Louis this morning, Gabe, I know you have zero interest in the NHL or MLS, but with the Blues, they have had some slow starts in their games, slow starts to their seasons, and that's a focal point for a lot of fans locally here this morning. And in case of Vanderbilt, they have been able to build big leads, which oftentimes force their opponents to ditch the running game and throw the football. They have outscored their opponents 56-23 in the first quarter of their games this season. They were outscoring Alabama when they were in Tuscaloosa. And Missouri would want to be able to start fast, which is something that has had some issues in at least the games that have been against decent teams this year. I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that, but it has been a trend for both teams halfway through the season.
Yeah, I think Vandy, they're a really good play from ahead team, who's not, right? But they want to control the clock and limit possessions. LSU, I think, only had the ball 8 times last week. And most games, you're probably getting 10, 11 possessions. 8 is, forces you to be incredibly efficient, and LSU is not that on offense. So if Vandy can get up, 10-0, 14-6, something like that, then they can kind of do that and force you into feeling a little bit desperate at times on offense because you don't know how many more times you're going to get the ball. So, yeah, I think every game, I said last week, I think you need to get up early on Auburn and make them quit. Obviously, that did not happen, but Missouri still won the game. I think Missouri is I don't have any numbers to back this up, but they're a really good fourth quarter team. Even they outscored Alabama in the fourth quarter and gave themselves a shot in that game. They win the Auburn game in overtime, coming from behind. They've come from behind at halftime a ton in the last 3 years. So I don't think that Missouri necessarily has to have a fast start and have the lead early, but I do think it's important that you're in striking distance at halftime. You're in a one-score game at halftime. Missouri's not going to panic if they're down 17-10 at halftime. Now, if you're down 17-0 at halftime, that's a different story.
Missouri's got some nasty guys on defense, some big physical guys that have really punished the opposition. You think that's got something to do with why they're a good fourth quarter team? It looked like Auburn was worn out.
Yeah, I think they just play a style that encourages close games. I mean, they don't make a ton of big plays on offense, so I don't think they're going to blow a lot of teams out. But when it's come down to, especially on defense, when that defense has had to make a play this year, it has almost always made a play, including 3 or 4 last week against Auburn. So, I think, look, they are this goes back to the Georgia game in 2022 where they had Georgia down when Georgia was number 1 most of the game here. And Kirby Smart said after the game that was one of the most physical teams we've seen. Like, they were getting after us on the offensive and defensive lines. And I think that's a big part of what it is. They're physical and they're tough.
Do you think it's what could be called an elimination game for Missouri? Like, if they lose this game, then the playoff thought is probably over?
Yeah, I like the way I saw a video this morning. They said it's not a play-in game, but it might be a play-out game. The winner still has work ahead, right? They've got 4 games left. You're going to have to go 3-1. Both these teams have 2 road games. Both these teams have 2 games against currently ranked teams. So you're not in if you win this. But if you lose this, and I think this goes for both sides, going 4-0 against that schedule in November is going to be really tough to do. And, there's some talk that if enough stuff happens that an SEC team can get in at 9-3, but I really don't think Missouri can. I think Missouri needs to be 10-2. I think 10-2 likely gets them in, but 9-3, I'm just not sure there's enough there.
Gabe DeArmond with us, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net. Or by calling 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent. He has been for the last 6 years, and I can recommend him to our audience from a firsthand perspective. He does a hell of a job, has 452 5-star ratings on Google. And Jamie Rivers of what the hell's the name of the program?
Fastlane.
Fastlane, thank you. Switched to him and saved thousands of dollars. That is James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Colonel, the sense that I'm getting is nationally there's kind of this skepticism regarding both programs, whereas I'm seeing that Ole Miss is kind of in a spot where they're in. Are you seeing that? And this isn't the Missouri woe is me thing. It's just observing college football that Ole Miss, and I go, well, what has Ole Miss done that is different than Missouri and Vanderbilt? And I'm trying to understand that. And I'm citing specifically Heather Dinich's column that she's got Ole Miss in, but Missouri and Vanderbilt not in, and I don't really see all that much as far as differences go.
I mean, if Ole Miss wins tomorrow, they're going to get in, because they will then be 7-1, and they will be double-digit favorites in their last 4 games.
Yeah.
If they win tomorrow at Oklahoma, they are in. However, if they lose at Oklahoma, Ole Miss is Missouri from last year. At 10-2, they're going to be nervous because their best win is going to be an LSU team that has a chance to be 7-5. There's not much there if Ole Miss goes 10-2. So if they find themselves, in a mix with 3 other SEC teams and Oregon and Notre Dame and everybody's 10-2, Ole Miss is really going to be sweating. It's interesting you say there's skepticism about both these programs. I think there's skepticism about Missouri. I think a lot of people have looked at Missouri and said, well, they didn't play anybody in the first. I mean, even Eli Drinkwitz said this week, hey, Bo played really well against some weaker competition. Mm-hmm. But now it gets serious. The first 5 games, it's just a fact. Missouri's schedule wasn't very good because Kansas is mediocre and South Carolina's worse than everybody thought they were going to be. They played 2 better defenses, and he has been, he struggled some against those 2 defenses. So I think that's where the skepticism comes there. I actually think it's the opposite about Vanderbilt. I actually think Vanderbilt is getting a little bit of a bump, maybe almost a little too much credit because we don't expect it out of them, right? oh, this is Vanderbilt. I mean, they're best. They beat an LSU team and look good doing it. I think Vanderbilt's a good team, but that's an okay LSU team. And by the way, LSU scored 24 and ran the ball pretty well against them. Now what they do deserve credit for is shredding LSU's defense, but they went to Alabama and the game was close. Like, they were competitive, but they got beat by 16 points down there. Virginia Tech, that doesn't impress me. South Carolina, that doesn't impress me. So I think Vanderbilt's almost getting a little bit of a, hey, like, you never do this, so good on you for doing it. And I don't want to say they're overrated because I do think they're a good team, but I think we find out a lot more about both these teams tomorrow.
I think you're right there with Vandy. They don't get a harsh analysis like you would do to Bama or you would do to Georgia.
Or even like has been done to Missouri, to be honest. Now, to be fair, they won that LSU game more comfortably than, like, obviously Missouri beat Auburn or whatever, but Missouri played Alabama every bit as tough and maybe tougher than Vanderbilt did. I understand that game was in Tuscaloosa versus Columbia, but I do think there's a little bit of grading on a curve, right? Like, you just the kid that always brings home C minuses, when he brings home a B plus, he gets more praise than the kid who always brings home B pluses.
Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. With us every Monday and Friday. Missouri, Vanderbilt tomorrow, kicking off at 2:30, and the Colonel will be on that postgame show at 6 o'clock-ish, give or take, following the festivities, and that is becoming a wonderful Saturday tradition for college football fans.
A topless treat.
A topless treat is what it's implied. Colonel, always appreciate the time, man. Looking forward to the postgame show tomorrow.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Thank you.
All right,
that's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA. He is right regarding LSU's run game last week. Caden Durham ran 7 times for 59 yards. That's 8.4 per carry. And Harlem Berry 11 times for 55 yards at 5 yards per carry. So be seeing if Missouri can get it going on the ground, really for the first time since they took on the UMass Minutemen, Doug.
Yeah, let Hardy tote the pig.
Trench war.
So I'm anxious to see how that plays out. For the record, Pavia, 17 carries, 86 yards in last week's game. Keep an eye on the Missouri defense against their tight ends. That is where Vanderbilt likes to make some moves.
Vandy's a 2.5-point favorite, so it could come down to a field goal. What's your level of confidence in Bobby Boots?
Bobby Boots,
kicking one at the end.
You're watching the game at your place tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that's the plan.
And if he is out there, Missouri's down. I've got him down 29-27 with 4 seconds left. Missouri is at the Vanderbilt 18-yard line, setting up a 35-yarder, the same distance some student will have to kick tomorrow in Nashville, Tennessee for Pat McAfee. What are you doing?
Sure. I'll take my remote control. I'll hit mute. I will then turn rear. My bathroom sits pretty much right behind my couch, which sits in front of my TV. So I'll go into the bathroom and I will pace back and forth until I think it's clear. And I'll peek out over the corner and see. And if I see it's a picture of Pavia running around, they won. Or if it's Bobby Boots being held up, that's how I'll know.
And what will you do if it's Pavia running around?
I'll have the remote control in my hand. I will immediately turn it off as soon as I see it. And then I'll probably just sit in the bathtub in the darkness for about an hour.
Sit in the bathtub?
You won't.
Yeah, with nothing on. Maybe I'll turn the shower on cold.
What about Gabe's post-game show?
I won't have the strength to watch it.
What the strength?
Would you truly turn away, or are you just saying that?
100%.
You would?
Yep. It was confirmed when I watched him miss the overtime field goal, because I shouldn't have watched.
So it's a jinx thing. It's not just an internal.
Listen, he missed the PAT against South Carolina, that first touchdown,
and you were looking.
And from that point on, I turned around every time he would kick it, and he made the rest of the field goals. It's only weird if it doesn't work.
So it's not that you can't stomach it; it's a superstition.
Yep.
What about getting in the bathtub and just laying there naked after a bad loss? Is that a tradition?
I never said anything about naked.
I thought you said, did he not say?
No, I did not.
Fully clothed.
You said something about nothing on?
No, sit in the bathtub and then probably turn the cold water on, let it run over me.
I'm going to have to rewind the tape. You said something about...
We can pull the audio.
We'll
see.
Vandy getting too much credit for beating an LSU brand team that is a subpar team. When Mizzou beats Vanderbilt, then the narrative will be Vanderbilt was exposed as a fraud and Mizzou still won't get national credit. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse. I have to tell you, I know it sounds like a whiny Mizzou thing, but I do believe that's what could happen should Missouri win the game.
Yeah.
But the good news from a Missouri standpoint is you will then have Texas A&M, Mississippi State, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Missouri controls its own destiny. I'm just not, if you're telling me they finished 10-2, I would put it at less than 50% that they get into the college football playoff. That doesn't mean that they won't. I'm just putting it at less than 50%. There's so many other things that factor into it. But I do believe that's what happened. It would be Eli Drinkwitz's first win against a top 10 team in the regular season. And I think it would be labeled as, oh, well, the win was against Vanderbilt, kind of like when Missouri became number one in the country. Oh, well, the win was against Kansas, talking about in 2007. These are not brand names. And I do believe that the brand name of LSU carries more weight than how good the team is this year, specifically talking about Brian Kelly's operation. We've got the SEC picks that are coming up here
drops
next, and also the drops of the week. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. All of that is coming up on the program, and you are welcome to participate in the conversation by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101 or texting into our Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. The time is 9:25 in St. Louis. The time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
I've always wanted to go to Scotland, and now it's happening next summer. June 15th, that's the day of departure, a 10-day trip, and the package that we put together is awesome. It includes 15 different meals, and because Colette's handling all the details, you come along with me, and we'll have a blast. We'll tell you what's Papers really like. We'll talk about it over some whiskey. What's Doug really like? We'll talk about it. Sitting in the beautiful city of Glasgow or Edinburgh. People in Edinburgh, they keep fighting over that. Every time I say it one way, they text it. It doesn't matter. Come with us to Scotland. See it for yourself. The beautiful countryside of the Highlands, the Orkney Islands, just the historic countryside, just a great setting. You got the big cities as well as the small towns. All of it, one package put together by Colette. All those details, flights, meals, hotels, local experiences, just all you have to do. Sit back, have a great time. Find out more by calling Altair Travel. That's 314-968-9600. Just give them a call. Find out more about the whole experience. 314-968-9600. It's the trip of a lifetime. I cannot wait. We're leaving on June 15th. See Spectacular Scotland with me next summer. 968-9600 is the number for Altair Travel.
Doug, what do we have here?
I'm not sure.
This is the song Joey Vitale referenced from K-pop Demon Hunters. I don't know anything about it. He asked to play it, so I played it.
And K-pop is Korean pop?
Yes. Very popular. This movie on Netflix.
With the Tykes.
Tykes and Tykes at Heart.
Tykes at Heart. So you'd be older and enjoy it.
I'm sure there are.
Joey?
Joey probably watches it because of his children.
Yeah. Doug, are you enjoying K-pop?
Well, yeah, it's fine. It's okay.
It's sweet.
It's nice enough. Yeah, it's not negative.
I have some audio that I think you're going to really enjoy.
Okay.
And I mean really enjoy. I mean, not only do we have the drops of the week coming up here in the Marcan Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, but the reaction in Seattle, they're not doing well. They have had some moments along the way with the Mariners that are marked on a timeline in a similar way, I think, for many Blues fans up until 2019. They just want to see their team, in their case, get to the World Series. At least with the Blues, they went to the Cup final in the first 3 years of the franchise's existence. So this is what it sounds like, Doug, on the Morning Drive show in Seattle.
Well, sure.
93.3.
Okay.
The overwhelming emotion that I have right now, and the number one topic, if you will, on my mind and in my brain, is just absolute profound sadness. I cannot believe what we saw last night, to be that close to a dream becoming reality. We could taste it, guys. We could absolutely taste it. We could feel it. We could touch it. We could smell it. Mm-hmm. The closest we've ever been after a 50-year wait. And look, we're going to eventually debate and probably even rank at some point in time where this falls on the list. But you're 8 outs away from a dream being realized. A dream that no matter who you are, no matter what college team you root for in this town, no matter what political party you subscribe to, everybody has shared a dream together for 49 years in this town, and it slipped through our fingers at the worst possible time.
He was definitely in tears there for a moment.
It's just absolute profound sadness.
Oh, come on.
I cannot believe what we saw last night.
You're a grown man. You don't cry over someone else's sporting event. You don't cry.
Well, I don't know. You called me after the loss to Drake in the NCAA tournament, and you were weeping on the phone. You just needed to talk to somebody.
No. I cried briefly when I was about an 8-year-old, and we lost a championship Little League game because the umpire screwed us. That ought to be about the end of your cry.
What when the Hawks left?
I don't think I cried.
That guy sounds like he keeps a journal. That's from Arbor Day.
Yeah, he sounds like he's 45 years old, and he's crying.
Took the over.
His baseball team lost.
You took the over on his age?
Yeah, I bet he's in his 50s.
Most devastating game you covered? Would it have been the Rams-Patriots loss at the buzzer? I
think that has to be it for us.
But I mean, were you at the TISED? And being a Mizzou grad, that might be kind of a
I wasn't
stunner.
there.
Okay.
You wouldn't have been there.
No.
Right?
Yeah, it was a Super Bowl loss.
I will say this, the only time, but I mean, I haven't probably covered Martin nearly as many as you have, that I've ever seen baseball players cry was 2001, Cardinals Diamondbacks. I don't know if you were in Arizona for
Goldberg was there.
And
walk-off loss, Game 5.
Tony Womack, yeah. But yeah, I've seen sports talk radio hosts.
The media's crying? The players, okay, you've put your heart and soul into it.
Did the Mariners cry? That's what we need to find out.
Yeah, they screamed.
Okay, but if they didn't cry, then it's...
Yeah.
Cal Raleigh was fighting back tears during an interview I saw.
All right, well, that's the players. That's
the
their
big
lives. Yeah, I'll give them that. But not the media's not allowed to be in tears while they cover the team. You're just not.
When the Red Sox swept the Cardinals at Busch, I remember thinking, oh, my God, we've got like a 2-hour postgame. I was thinking about how it affected me.
That made you cry.
Yes.
It's like
and that's when we had Drew
World
Barrymore
Series.
as a live guest. And we grabbed Bill Miller because we're like, is there anything we can talk about since the Cardinals just got pantsed by the Red Sox in the Fall Classic? I think 2002 in San Francisco, when they lost the NLC, that team was genuinely really sad because of the Darryl Kyle summer. and kind of their mission to kind of get things right and be a team of destiny. I think there was genuine sadness.
And there was a belief that they would.
Yeah.
They were stunned by it. Felt like if they could get Game 5, they'd get back to St. Louis and win Games 6 and 7. And then in the American League was kind of this random ALCS. Doug, do you remember the 2002 ALCS?
Had to be the Angels.
Well, it'd be the Tigers.
Angels is correct.
Not the Tigers? No.
Not the Tigers.
2000. That was,
I mean random.
2002. Oh, so the Angels won the World Series, beat the Giants.
Yeah.
What's the question now?
The ALCS, who was the Angels' opponent in 2000. I'm doing this from memory. Maybe I'll be completely exposed here.
I have no clue.
Baltimore?
I am virtually certain.
Can we have the initials?
Twins.
Minnesota Twins.
Okay.
Super random for that time in baseball when
That's
it was
the last
Red
time
Sox
the Twins
Yankees.
won a playoff game.
I mean, that was...
Yeah, Angels Twins.
Yeah, random as the day is long.
2016, David Backus was in tears when that season ended in the conference finals, San Jose, and he knew he was going to be gone. But I wasn't crying, Doug. The player
No,
was
the
crying.
media was not crying. It's okay if a player breaks down or something. That's understandable. Not the media. You can't be in tears covering the team. You can't. Especially a day later.
It's tough. It's tough.
I think if I ever came close to tears, Doug.
While covering a team?
No, I'm just trying to think of...
If you've ever cried?
Can you imagine if I would have been down there in the clubhouse weeping while
Crying.
asking questions?
And if the players weren't?
Why my account is deleted. I never posted anything on there that showed nipples, nudity.
I wonder if the players would even agree to do interviews with media people that were crying.
That's on the credentials. No autographs, no crying.
Albert, what are you crying, man? What are you so sad about? You're like, just bet a little that you guys would win tonight since it was the last game ever at Push 3.
You can send your emails in regarding that sound the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day, which is coming your way at approximately 10:50 here on this presentation. Drops of the week coming up next, and our SEC picks of the week. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union, all around the St. Louis area, 14 different branches, online at togethercu.org. They've done so many fun things like the Zoo debit card, the City SC debit card. They also want to be your hometown home loan provider. Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer that's out there. That includes our community contributor mortgages, special rates for teachers, firefighters, first responders. Find out more online at togethercu.org. Everything done with your mortgage is handled here in St. Louis. It's all in-house. We're talking about the underwriting, the servicing, everything done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Get those rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
12 wins, and the playoff is certain.
Bob was choosing on the call tomorrow.
Yep. Lewis Riddick.
He's good. So
I like Lewis Riddick.
Yeah, he's on the call.
But I'm saying, and Wischusen does Jets games, really good at hockey. I don't think we'll get complaints. I was thinking, who are the announcers? Because on Monday, like, they were so pro Vandy, since that's such a narrative right now. I don't think you'll get that with Wischusen. The complaints, that is.
No, I think he's a pro's pro. I'd like to thank for the festivities tomorrow, 2:30. It's been a magical week of broadcasting here on the program. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna online at evergreen-ws.com or call 314-889-0503. Get a financial advisor. Mark Hanna says, even if you don't go with me, make sure you have somebody just to make sure that you get on the right track. And once you have somebody such as Mark Hanna, he's going to customize the plan specifically for you. Everybody's goals are different, and everybody's times and their lives dictate a lot of what those goals are. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. That's Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Jackson, do you have a slogan, like a tagline that I could use here?
How much do I like working with Mark Hanna? Well, I work with him. That wasn't good. Let me run that back. How much do I like Mark Hanna? Well, I work with him.
Yeah, right there. Kind of like you're exasperated and laughing.
Right. It's so obvious to me, but you guys don't know it, so I have to convey that with my
folksy?
Yeah,
pattern.
Reminds me of the old Victor Kiam commercial. I like Gillette razors so much, I bought the company.
See? That's right.
Did Mike Kelly move to Old Hawthorne because of the commercial, or did he already live there and then they said we need to sponsor you?
Maybe they gave him a free house.
Well, I don't know. I just
chicken before the egg.
Yeah, I want to know how that came about because he lives there.
Jackson, it has been a wonderful week of broadcasting. Do you happen to have our drops of the week?
Yeah.
Morning After. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Clip that off.
Still able to dial on this rotary phone to get in to talk to you fellas about this program, which I listen to every day.
Nipples, Peggy. Touch me, Vaughn. We're bull bound.
How big are these nipples?
Yeah, hard like raisins.
Once lotion is mentioned, we just cut the calls off. That's the rule from now on. If you mention a bottle of lotion in your voicemail, that's the last thing you're going to say. We're not going to go on from there.
How do you remember that, Big Tuft?
So we can use the video of him being passed around.
But it's like they're doing the easy choices instead of ones that would be more fun for people to watch.
Knock it off, neckbeard.
We're hedging.
First time caller, long time listener. Columbia, Missouri. $36,000 a year.
But that doesn't mean that I must touch everyone.
How disappointed are you in this show?
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, get it.
Joe channeling Tony at the end with a... Did you have your guy, Jack Peterman, in there? Whatever.
Settleman? No, that was the original neckbeard.
The original neckbeard.
Yeah, that was the first guy. His name was Corey, and he was outside of what seemed to be a ranch of some sort of farmland.
Mad they weren't coming to the Dakotas.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and he gave rock solid reasoning.
Okay.
At least Settleman had some nice graphics work during it, and also made some concessions. Like, I get this is better for ratings. There's a difference there.
Doesn't think they should be in Nashville. Although I like ESPN's website where they tell you how low you can get tickets for in each game. The Mizzou-Vanderbilt game, tickets as low as $200. That's the cheapest. And it's almost double the price to get in any other game in the country.
I think it's way more expensive than $200.
We'll take it up on ESPN.
Take a look.
Yeah, what do you got? Papers? Where are you going for your sourcing?
I use Game Time. That's my app of choice for tickets.
I see Vivid Seats, $192 is the cheapest.
But that might be before fees. I always select includes fees because I want to know exactly
what it says fees included.
All right. I see $250 is as cheap you can get in.
What site is that?
Game Time.
This is Vivid Seats where they got something in Section R for $192.
You can sit in the corner of the end zone for $1,124.
Lord.
Could you imagine?
It's like every Vanderbilt
$2,271.
Every Vanderbilt graduate in the last 20 years is coming in to see this game.
Could you imagine a Vanderbilt grad having to pay $2,000 to go watch Mizzou Andy?
When I was here, they were giving us tickets.
What did we decide the capacity is there?
You guys want to take a guess? Feels like a 38. Feels like a 38,000.
They were always working on it. It seemed like every year you go,
Mizzou
there'd be
had
like a tent in the corner.
Yeah, Mizzou had to change in the tent last time they played there. First Bank Stadium capacity sits at
42.
40,000.
Yeah. 40,000.
Well, they've got an open end zone there, so if they wanted to build more, they could if the team stays as good.
Our buddy Ned sent me a text earlier and said Vanderbilt's acceptance rate this year, the incoming class, was under 5%. Acceptance rate.
Wow.
A record low for them.
I wonder what it costs to go there now.
He
said crowdsourcing.
Probably
I'd say
50 without any kind of
I'll say more.
grants.
I'll say 65.
Wow. Good guess, Doug. 63.9.
63.9. Boy, you're always in the ballpark.
I like the name
that's a
Ned,
lot.
by the way. Tell your buddy I like his name.
Ned lives in Nashville, and he said, here's the Vanderbilt acceptance rate, 4.7%, a new record low for the class of 2029.
Better have a 4-0.
Yeah. So more and more people want to get in. They're just not having it.
I'd still go with the
Maybe their rationale is more football seats for the rest of us.
Well, it could well be.
I think a lot of people apply to go to school there. Probably a lot of people
who live right there in Nashville wanting to stay home and go to this ritzy school.
Guys, look for the free Dotem sign on game day tomorrow. That's from Uncle Moose Saucy Pork Steak. Sounds like he's going there and he's going to put up a free Dotem sign for you to see, Doug.
I don't want to see it. If I see it, he'll be suspended. Suspended indefinitely.
Percentage of TMA listeners who could get into Vanderbilt. That's from the unknown DJ.
Brother.
Higher than you think.
95, 96.
That might be a little low.
Maybe 0. Maybe it's right between 0 and 1%. Yeah, they could get
of
into
the
Vanderbilt.
listeners of this show could get into Vandy.
Well, you've got serious college students applying, and only 4% are getting in.
So why?
So you look at some of the comments we get on the text line. I'm saying 0% get in.
Not their current person. How about when they were in high school? If we could prorate this
Probably
back.
their lackluster secondary education led them to this life. If they went to Vanderbilt,
Yeah.
If they went to Vanderbilt, they wouldn't be listening to this show.
Right.
Well, that's probably fair.
If you put that qualifier on there, I'll say 0% could have gotten in.
Doug, earlier I did a text audit. You and I were being called dolts, olds, and doofy because Jackson's story about starting his car remotely, and we said, yeah, but they'll steal it. Everybody pointed out you can't put it into gear.
You can't without the key. We have to start the engine again. Essentially, well, it's not starting the engine again, but you're hitting the push to start again.
So apologies to all those who pointed that out.
Kurt did tell us a story about he started it and it got stolen.
With the keys in it. He had the keys in it.
Okay, nonetheless,
and I feel bad for you, Kurt. That sucks, but
it's my fault.
Guys,
no, it wasn't your fault. It was the fault of the guy who stole it. You ought to be able to put your key in a car and not have somebody come and steal it. Don't say that. It's the fault of the loser who stole your car.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
But also, Kurt, don't leave your keys in there, dumbass. Kidding, of course.
I bet there isn't a single pair of Hey Dudes on that Vanderbilt campus. It's Al and Dadeville.
Oh, I disagree. I think a lot of guys on Saturday throw the Hey Dudes on. They've been going into that office, polo, khakis, some Cole Haan wingtips, and they can't wait for Saturday to throw those Hey Dudes on. Yeah. I think
that's a really bad thing?
Not at all. It's a comfortable shoe.
All right.
Some people just have a thing against it. I don't know why. It's the modern Croc.
Same with Crocs. Yeah, Crocs are the same
It's
thing.
the modern
Very
Croc.
comfortable.
Sure.
You think a lot of Mizzou fans bought tickets ahead of this season, knowing it's Nashville?
Yes.
So you could have tickets are tough right now, but some may have said ahead of time, hey, I just want to go to Nashville.
Absolutely.
My boy, Private Citizen Pete, did that.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Is he going with oatmeal or Herb?
With his wife. So, not much hilarity there, but
no.
But he said he could sell the ticket for like 2 or 3 times what he bought it for, which is crazy.
It's probably the hottest ticket of all time in Vanderbilt football history.
Certainly the modern era.
That's why I bought all those tickets to the UMass game. I kind of squatted them just in case the Minutemen came in red hot, that I could put them on the secondary
ambush in
market.
Amherst.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what's red hot, and that's the people at Collier and Thompson.
Yeah, this guy.
Great call, Doug.
A lot of people are thinking they don't live in the perfect house. I know that feeling. You want to maybe expand the kitchen or update the bathrooms. You're thinking about moving, but then it's really not really financially feasible, or you just don't want to move. Well, that's where Collier and Thompson comes in. You should give a call to the fine people at C&T. Carolyn Beard and Bob Strade are the owners there. Been the owners for a long time. Their employees have a combined experience of more than 165 years now. They've got people who have been doing this for a long time, and they do it great. They maintain their employees for years because they do fantastic work, and they've got this new paint department. If you want your house just painted, you don't want to redo everything, you just want it painted, let the Collier and Thompson pros come in and paint your house. The best thing is, this is a company that you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available for you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they produce. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. It may cost them a little extra time, a few extra dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. If you go to their showroom there in Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House, you can get some great ideas of what they can do for your kitchen, your bathroom, your basement, whatever. They can do it all in your home, and you'll be very, very happy with the work that they do. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
After all of the references to Hey Dudes, I've finally taken the step to take a look at Hey Dudes. I don't know if I've ever seen them.
Yeah,
but I guess I don't really look at footwear that much. So maybe I have seen them and just not noticed it. But where are they supposed to be prevalent? Like, what is the demographic of the Hey Dudes wear? And why is it such a hot button issue with our audience?
Mid-30s to mid-50s whites.
In shape, out of shape.
Doesn't matter.
Zip code.
Oh, boy, it's too many to name.
Part of town, maybe.
St. Louis-wise?
Yeah.
I'd say everywhere.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay. Let the text line do the heavy lifting.
What do you want me to do?
Martin's disappointed.
You guys just want me to get lambasted. How about you take one for the team? You start going off on them.
Well, I think I know what the text line it's a St. Charles shoe all day long.
Okay.
That's what they'll say.
See, then, but now, okay, you're attributing it to people who haven't even said that
Clearly,
yet.
it's a cowardly move done by design. I wouldn't say that, but let me read it 10 times in a row on the text line. Boy, these people are vicious on here. There's another one. And then here's another one. Zip code shaming is really part of the DNA of this show.
It sure is.
This says South County Costco is the mecca of Hey Dudes.
Okay. A terrible thing to say, but read it again.
I have a distance myself
95% of males in Trenton, Illinois.
Trenton, Illinois is the
Hey
place.
Dudes. I hate to say it. I'm not positive I know where that is. I think it's near Alton.
One of the Plowhawk's ex-girlfriends was like from there. He was always going to Trenton and like bowling. I remember that was early Plowhawk. That was when he was living in some person's basement with a hot plate.
Oh, gosh. With a college degree in his back pocket.
I love that Plow Boy.
Not from Vanderbilt.
I love that Plow Boy so much.
Yeah.
Guys, Hey Dudes are a trash shoe for people with no style whatsoever. Fats that wear shorts all year long. That's from Bano.
That is, people who wear shorts are all
They
year
wear
long.
Hey Dudes.
There's always a kid in high school and then probably that's gone through your adult life who like will always wear shorts no matter how cold it is.
Is it a-
and they're like, oh,
is
I
it a
don't
look
get
at me?
cold. I was like, you're human. Of course you get cold.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's
I feel like Jay Jr. was a shorts almost year-round
I
guy.
think you're right about that.
I see.
Martin.
I saw
I'm
him wear
guilty of
pants.
getting into November.
I saw Junior wear pants.
But he wore a lot of shirts. I mean, he would wear it late into the year, even on a cold day. That was Jeff Fisher's thing. He would see how late in the year they'd be out back at Earth City practicing. We'll see if we can make it to December. Trenton, Illinois appears to be over east, above New Baden. Does that help?
Sure.
Doug, you know where Mascoutah is?
I do.
Go north,
Scott
you
Air
got
Force
New Baden,
Base.
and keep going north, and you've got Trenton, Illinois.
Okay.
To the east of Lebanon.
There's a Trenton in Missouri also.
Trenton, New Jersey, the capital of.
Okay. That's not really what we're talking about.
Well, it's just a fact. Just a
It
fact.
doesn't make it untrue, Martin.
Thank you, Tim.
All right, SEC games will be picked on this program. We make picks. You make money. We make picks. You make money. It's next here on TMA. Presented to you by Brian and Krupp on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Historic company founded in downtown St. Louis way back when in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Proud to partner with the Cardinals and the Blues. You see the name right there on the home jerseys. And also with the Stifel Charity Classic. They sponsor Stifel Theater, and Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and our future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services as a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Missouri Tigers basketball program gets back onto the hardwood as they take on Kansas State in an exhibition game tonight. That's going to be at 9 p.m. on SEC Network. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Call Grid, what you got for us, SEC? No cred, no props, what'll it be? Try to hold down those Tiger paws, we'll smack you so hard you'll be...
It is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Joey Vitale with us earlier in the program on the Blues debacle last night. He still has great faith in Joel Hofer. Doug, do you?
Long-term, yes, but I would be skeptical about putting him in anytime soon, I guess. You can't be giving these games away if he's lost his confidence of really not seeing the puck or whatever the problem is right now. You can't keep putting him out there, take these beatings.
Imagine he's going to be in one of the next three
Well, he
games
has to, really, right?
because
With
he
the
got
back-to-back.
Exactly.
And the question there is, so you play in Detroit Saturday night, that's Bennington. You go to Pittsburgh Monday, and you would say, well, I'll probably come back to Bennington. But then that means Hofer's starting the next night
against Detroit
at home.
But is the goalie really that worn out? Everyone else can play back-to-back. The guy's skating, checking, going 100 miles an hour. It's okay for them to go back-to-back, but not the goalie who's mostly just standing there?
Did you like when the starting pitcher in the playoffs would fly home ahead of time?
No.
Just so they could rest up?
Well,
but I
just don't understand why the goalie would be worn out.
Like the whole team.
Everyone else, go.
What if Falk turns to Bennington and said, I just played 28 minutes. What's your problem?
Yeah, I blocked 5 shots.
So you want to see Bennington start all 3? Probably not. But
logged 25 minutes of ice time, but it's okay for me to play back-to-back, but not the goalie who mostly just stands there?
I like the idea of riding the hot hand. If a goalie plays well, I hated it when they would switch out the next time. Even if they gave up 1 goal. Shutouts, they would usually defer. But I think they're going to have to play Bennington more than they were planning, I think, just so they don't get buried.
Yeah.
Goalies lose 10 to 20 pounds a game, Doug. Shut your trap.
On.
Well, that means they're going to shrink.
They lose 20 pounds a game.
So if the Plowhawk played goal, he'd be in the hospital the next day.
Yeah, it'd be too dangerous to play.
Yeah,
he'd have to
be
quit.
A sperm by the 3rd game.
Too emaciated to live.
Get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in to our Air Comfort Service text inbox. Plenty of friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The Nipper School Monitor says, my kid played in a soccer tournament in Clinton County. Lots of dudes who yell at the opposing team's kids there. That's from the Nipper. Does that go on? Is there yelling?
God, I hope not. Depends on how old the kids are.
Those kids from Breeze are giant. Tell you what, you had to play them in basketball, Modern Day or Breeze Central. About 8 feet tall, each of them.
Really?
Oh, God. It's unbelievable.
We got a lot of invites to go over to Trenton based on one text.
Guess we ought to do that.
About the shoes.
The Hey Dudes. I'm learning a lot about Hey Dudes on today's TMA. You can always go back and podcast the program. Listen to Joey Vitale. Listen to the Colonel. Go back and watch it on YouTube. Podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Coming up, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to present to you Jackson Burkett and our SEC picks of the week.
All right.
Oh, my. Do I hear the Commodores?
Sure do, Tim. A little night shift for the pick 'em here.
Because it's the Commodores?
Oh, wow.
I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. We just used to always play this when we do the Daily Fantasy Sports Show.
Yeah.
So I figured, let's bring it back.
Amen.
All right. Let's get the ball rolling. Tim, I'm going to have you lead off. Ole Miss at Oklahoma. Oklahoma is a 5.5-point favorite.
I will take Oklahoma and lay the 5.5.
Okay. Tim likes Oklahoma. Doug, what do you like?
I'm going to go Oklahoma as well.
Okay. Martin.
I could see Ole Miss losing, and then Lane will start campaigning and whining, and I'll go Oklahoma.
I am also on Oklahma.
Uh-oh. We got to go take Ole Miss, and we got to go do it now.
I know, but this is stinky. Like, you'd think Ole Miss would at least just be a pick 'em or something.
You're surprised by the spread.
It's a lot of points, man. All right, Martin, get ready because you're leading off the next pick. Auburn at Arkansas. Arkansas Razorbacks a 2.5-point favorite.
I think I'll roll with the Harley and the neck brace. I kind of think he'll put up some points, and I think Arkansas at home, 2.5, that's nothing. Okay. And Auburn's in a free fall.
I think Auburn will be desperate.
Oh.
I'm going to go Auburn.
Okay. Tim?
What's the number one more time in their papers?
That's going to be
2.5.
Arkansas minus 2.5.
I am going to take... I'm going to take Auburn.
Okay. Auburn plus 2.5 for Tim. I am on Arkansas minus 2.5. I think the Auburn Tigers are just really, they're in a bad place.
So you and Martin are together on that?
Yes.
All right. Trying to track this stuff like I do with the spread zone here.
Yeah. All right, I'll lead off the next game, which is Mizzou at Vanderbilt.
So they're playing this weekend?
Yeah, they are.
Don't rub your hands together like that.
Clip that up.
I'll ride with my guys. I'll die with my guys. Give me the Missouri Tigers plus 2.5.
Wow, look at this guy. You are a true son.
Doug?
I don't. Did you say Mizzou and Vandy?
That's right.
And
I don't know if you've heard anything about this game at all this week.
I'm going to say Mizzou rises up and plays the best game they have of the year and pick the Tigers.
Love it.
I'm on Missouri minus 2.5.
That's right.
I'll go with the Commodores. Sorry.
Good for you, Martin. Hey, listen.
I just feel like it's their biggest game in a long, long time, and I just feel like Mizzou plays with fire a lot, even the last couple of years. You got a kicker that I don't trust.
Oh, don't you say anything about Bobby Boots.
I'm just saying, I'm not sure I trust the quarterback. I'm not sure I trust the kicker. I like the defense, but I see Vanderbilt winning.
Boy, Bobby Boots got a lot of attention from Reese Davis and Pete Thamel on the Gameday podcast.
Are they concerned?
How they just expect it to be a game that flies by. I guess they're thinking it's going to be a low-scoring game. I don't, but maybe I'm off on that. And they think the kickers are going to go into play, and they're just like, oh, Missouri and their kicker, what a spot they're in. Yeah, a lot of Bobby Boots talk.
Oh.
Jackson, it's going to position you to get into your bathtub with nothing on?
I'll be in the tub. Maybe I'll have nothing on. Maybe I'll be
We have a
wearing
pillow at least, because that would hurt you.
I don't know. I think I'm going to sleep. I think I'll just sit there and wallow in it.
Oh.
Now, I'm totally open to on Monday. You guys do the little drink dunk on me. Like, oh, I see y'all didn't pick us last week. One of y'all didn't like us. I'm ready for it on Monday. I hope I'm wrong.
Get ready.
I hope I'm wrong.
Biggest spread of the weekend in the SEC is Bama, minus 11.5 at South Carolina. Tim, where are you at on this game?
I'm going to take South Carolina in the 11.5.
Okay.
I think Alabama will curb stomp South Carolina. I'll take Alabama.
It's a big number, isn't it?
Big number.
But I'll go Bama.
Okay. I am on South Carolina because that's just way too many points. All right, next game. Texas heads to Stark Vegas. Texas, a 7-point favorite after escaping with a win in Lexington last weekend. Doug, where are you at with Texas minus 7 at Mississippi State?
I don't like Texas much. I'm going to go Mississippi State.
Okay, Doug likes the Bulldogs. Martin, where are you at?
I kind of think Hail State at home. I think Texas is way overrated. Sure, Mississippi State.
Tim?
Dangerous. I'm on Mississippi State. It was actually one of my FanDuel spread zone plays. Now I'm getting a little concerned.
Because the Sharps over here.
Unless paper. Well, when we are all on one team, we're doomed.
Hook 'em. Give me Texas minus 7. This line makes no sense. Means we lean into it. The last time Texas had a line that made no sense, it was Oklahoma, and they whooped that ass.
So that means you and our, what's the guy's backward hat guy that called in?
Settleman?
Yeah, so you're an alliance.
Yeah,
He's a Hook'em guy.
Oh, yeah.
He mentioned that a couple times. So now you are in alliance with him.
All right. Texas A&M heads to Death Valley to take on LSU. Texas A&M on the road, 2.5-point favorite. Tim?
I will not bet it, but I like LSU in this game. Okay. I want Texas A&M to win. I like LSU in this game. I'm getting 2.5.
You are getting 2.5.
All right, I'm taking LSU.
Okay.
I think Texas A&M may dial up some exotic blitz packages. So I'm going to go Texas A&M.
I'll go if you're not ready, Martin. Texas A&M
I was
minus
waiting for the
2.5.
music to return. I can't pick without the music.
No, it's fair. I'll get ahead of you, though, and say Texas A&M. I think this is where they bury the LSU Tigers.
And that's a 11 a.m. start at Baton Rouge. That's a 2:30. Oh, it's a 6:30 start.
Ask Lane Kiffin.
We've made fun of that a few times, and people would text in, "Hey, you dolts! That's because it's so hot down there." Well, now it's almost November. Is it still super hot? Is that why they're?
Does Florida only play at night? Does it not get hot in the swamp?
I'm just telling you, every time we make fun of it, people text in, it's because of the heat, and then you get to November and they're still playing at night. I'll take LSU.
Okay. And the final game of the SEC slate this weekend, Tennessee heads down to Lexington. Tennessee is an 8.5-point favorite on the road against Kentucky. I'll start the bidding off. I like Tennessee minus 8.5.
Do you?
I do. Doug, what do you like?
I'm going to say Kentucky will put their hands in the dirt and surprise some people. I'll say Kentucky.
Okay.
Who did they almost beat last? They had
Texas.
Yeah. So is that more of an indictment on Texas than a sign that Kentucky can hang?
Only you can decide. Smokey the Bear.
Only you can put out a forest fire. Are you channeling a government PSA over there?
I think I would be great at government PSAs.
Oh, do you?
Actually, yeah, I agree with that.
Michael Myers and Kanye.
I'll take the Vols.
Vols.
I am on Kentucky.
All right. Good. I would say we have a good discrepancy.
The only one that we are all on is Oklahoma, so congratulations to Lane Kiffin. That means he's going to the playoff. Might get to host a game, as a matter of fact. We've got some discrepancies. Each of us split 50-50 on Auburn and Arkansas. Martin, you went with Vanderbilt. I respect that.
I do think if you have a kicker that you're not sure about, a quarterback that you're not sure about, I mean, in the biggest games, you look at who's the quarterback, and you saw it with Alabama. They came in. Their guys more seasoned. So,
as a Missouri fan, I hope the edge rushers have. You can't stop Diego Pavia. He's going to improvise and make a play that will be a highlight, at least one. But they can attempt to have some form of contain, and I think Missouri with Hardy and Roberts get the ground game going again. That is where my faith is as a Missouri Tiger fan. So that's where I am on that. And Jackson's the only one taking Texas on the Mississippi State-Texas game. Split 50-50 on LSU and A&M, and split 50-50 on Kentucky and Tennessee. Split 50-50 on the Gamecocks and Roll Damn Tide. The program's called The Morning After. It's 10:17 in St. Louis. Time check. Brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. And this is 101 ESPN.
Village Bar has been a neighborhood hangout for about a century now, and still the place to go on the weekend, a weeknight, happy hour, lunch, whatever it is, getting some friends together, watching the Mizzou game, watching the Illinois game, Blues, Cardinals during the summer. Such a great place to hang out. Menu's simple, but everything on it is awesome. Trashed wings, best cheeseburger in town. In addition to all of that, they have the barn out back. That's the home to 1879 Distilling, where they're making these small batch handcrafted spirits. Things like the Red Barn Vodka or 1879 Bourbon. Order it by name. Taste test it at the Village Bar. It's starting to pop up around town. Ask for it by name. There is a difference when you're having that cocktail, when it's made with these great spirits in the barn out back. How simple is that? Quality, taste, tradition, that's what it's all about. A website tells the full story and also lists all the different items that they have. 1879distilling.com. They're winning awards throughout the region. You can taste the difference. So next time you're at the Village Bar, order a Red Barn Vodka and Tonic or a Manhattan with 1879 Rye. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
We must be celebrating Mick Jagger's 85th birthday today.
You would think, but this song featured heavily in one of my favorites, The Big Chill, starring Kevin Kline, St. Louis, and it's his birthday today.
Kevin Kline's birthday.
Pride of Priory.
81?
Oh, that's a little high.
I think so. I'll go 80.
That's a little high, I think.
Oh, I don't think so. Might be you might be right on that.
Phoebe Cates is what, like 55, 56? He's 20 years older than her at least. So he's 77.
Today is his 78th birthday today.
Huh.
Martin, you win, though.
Yeah, you do. You win
I know,
big.
but I like to get it right on. I won't accept the win.
You will not accept the win.
All right.
Kevin Kline.
Jackson
Also
loves
on
the film Big Chill.
Love The
And
Big Chill.
Kevin Costner appeared as the...
Yeah, he's credited but does not make an appearance in the
Some
film.
would say it was his best acting he's ever done.
Kevin Costner's credited in The Big Chill?
He's the dead guy. He's
laying
Alex.
in the... Did you know he's laying in the casket?
Yeah, he's dead. I think there is a deleted scene where it's like a flashback with him, but he does not appear in the film, but is credited. So when I play Movie Grid, which is like the immaculate grid for baseball, but with movies, if you get Costner, Big Chill's a great one to use because it gets really low percentage.
Good knowledge, Doug. That movie boy, he's got it all.
I guess as a young actor, you take any role you can get, including
Yeah, that would have been
Lion in the Casket.
82, I guess. I don't know what Costner was.
83?
Yeah, I don't know what Costner was doing at that time.
How about this, Tim, from a bit ago, a little audit on the text line? For the record, my wife has a degree from Vanderbilt. We are daily listeners. She appreciates the intellectual battlefield that is TMA.
Doug, it's an intellectual battlefield.
It feels that way
Isn't
to
that
me,
what the Pat
too.
Benatar song was?
Well,
Intellectual
I don't know.
battlefield?
I don't know.
Because we asked, could any of the listeners of this show, the texters specifically, possibly get into Vanderbilt? And there we have at least one.
Yeah, I put it at 0%.
Okay,
But
so
we
you're
must
wrong.
have one.
Yeah. 0.1%.
Can she call in and we can break down the game with an actual Vanderbilt representative?
I'd like to see her transcript, see if she got through. It's one thing to put up the money to get in, but did she get through?
Doug Harry Hogg is on the line. I doubt that's her. Harry Hogg, you were on TMA 101 ESPN with Doug Vaughn.
Hey, Dougie, how are you?
I'm fine, Hogg. You?
Doing all right.
All right.
So I was just at the On the Run here grabbing my sody, and I noticed that they got those little turnstiles with all the car stickers and sports merchandise, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that there's a healthy overflowing of Chiefs and Savannah Bananas here that's starting to take over the Cardinals section.
Oh no! So what are you going to do about that?
So I actually had a thought, and I kind of want to run this by the dais. What if the MLB, just theoretically, in the future, if the MLB got together with Savannah Bananas and Banana Ball and maybe shared a little bit of licensing deals, and maybe in every MLB market you've got a banana version of whatever MLB team it is. Do you think that would become popular at all?
A banana version of the Cardinals? Like the Cardinals go out there and make acrobatic catch and do backflips? And
yeah, like all local guys. I don't know, just thought experiment. By the way, I think Tim definitely would have gotten into Vanderbilt had he applied.
Probably true.
Definitely point. Yeah, no, I definitely think it's true. But anyway, just your guys' thoughts. I don't know.
Okay. Could you put together a local team of athletes to play the Savannah Bananas or to put on a similar type show?
Well, I mean, it would straight up be Banana Ball. I mean, I'm not sure where you would get the players, but I'm sure anybody would be willing to try out. I mean, again, if Tim tried out, I'm sure they could put him on.
Stop it, pig.
Maybe make him the manager. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I'm just saying, just something,
Thank you, Harry Hogg.
Yeah, okay,
That's
Hogg.
Harry Hogg. We're waiting for the Vanderbilt lady to call in. H-O-G-G-E. Yeah.
I don't know if the Savannah Bananas would be willing to share and split any of their popularity right now at all.
Yeah, I don't think they're in a position where they're necessarily looking to divvy up the rev. I figured this guy's a soda drinker. That's from Mitch. Murder. She comes, Steen.
You've never been to a Mobile on the Run?
Now, how that will happen, we haven't yet worked out, but I do believe in it.
I do, too. I do. You can tell just by the voice that the guy drinks soda. Really?
Is there a vocal tell on that?
I can't imagine.
I bet soda drinkers probably, 80% of the population would drink a soda?
Wouldn't you say soda drinker like one a day, you'd say?
Yeah,
I think it depends on where you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
How big's that styrofoam cup, fella?
Right.
Mine's extra large every time I go.
But you're filling it with Arnold Palmer, right?
Yeah.
You kicked the soda habit?
I did, thank you.
From earlier, Tim, I just started listening, but anyone who bad talks Hey Dudes is the scum of the earth.
Whoa!
What's
It's a real civil war breaking out.
And then from the 210, enough of the hate on the Illinois side. All you Missouri losers can't stop talking about what high school you went to. Who cares? From the 210.
Nice, Doug. They are not happy. They are not happy.
You probably didn't stay in school long enough to get to high school.
It's the Metro East chip on the shoulder. I know it all too well.
Texas, 210.
There's a Metro East chip on the shoulder?
For sure. I have a lot of love. I mean, half my family's from the East.
And they have a
Metro
chip on their
East.
shoulder? Your family has a chip. You don't like your family, boy.
I love my family with all my heart. But my brother and sister both went to Edwardsville. My dad taught in Southern Illinois forever. And sometimes, when they hear the high school stuff or issues with driving around, sometimes they're like, hey, well, try being us, trying to get to St. Louis, pain in the ass. No one cares, So I get it.
Or when I'm in Belleville and I say to my buddies, hey, come on, meet me. And they're like, I live in Edwardsville. I say, yeah, just pop on over.
Right.
Nowhere close.
Right. The ignorance around
our Illinois ignorance is
if you're in
profound.
Illinois, you might as well, you're just 5 seconds from everybody.
We don't like crossing bridges.
I think Doug's right about that.
We don't like to go to Illinois. We don't like to go to St. Charles County. Some people, I don't say what I say.
Some of my favorite public golf courses are on the.
I know. But in
Illinois.
general, people somehow are very leery about crossing the state line.
A lot of love for the Metro.
But if I'm in Alton and I text Matt Offenberg, hey, meet me. I'm over here in Alton. He's like, dude, I live in Shiloh. I'm like, oh, that's really far away.
Alton's very north, considerably.
So I apologize for our entire Illinois ignorance.
Agreed.
Doug, I don't know what coaches will lose their jobs this weekend. Last week I set the over-under at 1.5. Felt really good about it, too, with Billy Napier and Hugh Freeze. And Hugh Freeze is holding on. A loss in Fayetteville could wrap that up for him. Brian Kelly could find himself in a tough spot in Baton Rouge should the Tigers lose to the Aggies. Meanwhile, in South Florida, Mike McDaniel's got himself a little spot. It's gotten away from him, to say the very least. Yesterday, he was asked what his expectations for Tua are. This is Mike McDaniel, who might be coaching his last game this weekend.
No.
Barring injury. Yeah, he's going to take the snaps this week, and he's going to be our starter this week. And my expectation is that we don't throw 10 picks.
Sound like a mouse was running on the ground there doing that. It's the heaviest keyboard I've ever heard.
Coaches don't typically say something sarcastic like that about their quarterback.
Well,
it feels like they've gotten a little sideways with each other. I think that Tua going public with all the issues, and when you start pointing out that players are late to meetings and kind of getting away with it, that's calling out the coach in a sense. And then some former players called out. They said, ironic, since Tua used to be late to meetings. I think it's a hot mess.
Well, I think the media also is a little, if I had to assume, I haven't sin anybody say this, but a little tired of Mike McDaniel's press conferences because he kind of never really gets to the point. A lot of vocalized pauses. Tim, if you remember once you were doing Balloon Party, either by Zoom or phone lines, and you dropped out, and I had to captain the ship. It sounded a little bit like this. Hello. Sorry, folks. We're just having some technical issues here. That's an entire Mike McDaniel press conference. Is just like that. A guy who seems over his skis.
Yeah, it seems like a few of the NFL coaches aren't necessarily the authoritarian alpha male types that you generally see in college, and maybe they can't be just because some of the players are almost the same age.
McDaniel had a lot of positive equity, though, after year one.
Well, he was the OC with the Niners, and a super dynamic offense. Obviously, Kyle Shanahan heavily involved in that. But, yeah, he had a ton of equity. People just thought he was, cool and funny, but now that they're losing, he can't put, a sentence together.
I wonder if, I don't think this will be the case in the NFL, but I wonder in college if schools are going, God, we're going to be competing against Penn State and Florida, and then you kind of get to the next tier after that with possibly Arkansas, and Arkansas, but Florida State and Auburn. Virginia Tech's in there. If you'll have some schools go, we don't want to be in the mix for a coach at this point because it's going to be like musical chairs.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why War Eagle is showing some semblance of patience, at least for War Eagle.
I think if they lose at Arkansas, that'll do it.
That'll be the end.
I agree with Martin there.
You concerned of some of these schools that have been top-notch programs in the past? If LSU still is kind of an Auburn in there. If they fire their coach sooner or later, someone will give a bid, an offer to Drinkwitz that he won't be able to say no to?
I think that again, it's a week-to-week existence, and the one that I would really circle actually is Brent Venables, because I think he was kind of on thin ice going in, and they had all the positivity that they had going into the game against Texas, and their schedule's so tough the rest of the way, so you could throw another one on there. But yeah, I think that if Missouri finishes the season 10-2, I would imagine that he is going to get all kinds of offers. It just becomes a matter of whether or not he will commit. What will be something to monitor is if Missouri is to win tomorrow and then with the bye week next week, would that be a time where they go and give him a monster extension to take him off the table, similar to what happened with Cignetti when the Penn State thing got going?
Those are my exact thoughts. I was thinking that. I was thinking if Missouri wins this weekend, the next big piece of news would be Drinkwitz gets a big extension from Missouri.
Would they still do it if they lose to Vanderbilt?
No, I don't think so.
And then the other thing, and I really do believe this, of course, even Mississippi State could get them. They have to play Florida as well. Doug's always circled that Citadel game for Ole Miss. But if Ole Miss beats Oklahoma, I really don't know how. Of course, I know how they lose a game, but there's just nothing left as far as a dangerous team in November for Ole Miss, and they're sitting there at 11-1. Well, Florida in the timeline for that job,
right?
Ole Miss is in the playoff.
Yep.
At 11-1, Ole Miss may be in the SEC championship game,
right?
But Ole Miss is in the playoff. And then how does that impact things as far as Lane Kiffin and the Florida job? So that is why that Oklahoma game has some significant impacts on the coaching situation in the SEC. Venables loses. He's got all kinds of brutal tests the rest of the way. I think Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri, and LSU in November. My God.
Right.
Ole Miss wins. And then you also have the Kiffin element, because at that point it is highly unlikely that they find themselves outside looking in on the playoff. And by the way, that then takes a spot up for the SEC in the college football playoff, which has its trickle-down effects on Missouri. So keep an eye on that. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN, 1035 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN. Psychiatric Care and Research Center has an opportunity for TMA listeners to make some money. Here is how you can do it. They are conducting clinical research trials, and if you are interested, compensation will be provided for your time and your travel. And your travel is just to O'Fallon, Missouri. So if you're listening in the St. Louis metropolitan area, you don't have far to go. If you are interested in participating, go to pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com. It's Dr. John Canale, who has been in practice for over 40 years and has more than 20 years of experience conducting clinical research trials. He was among the first psychiatrists to establish a practice west of the Missouri River in St. Charles, bringing decades of expertise and leadership to the field of psychiatry. He is conducting clinical research trials for anxiety disorders, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. If you are interested in participating, go to pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com, or call 636-244-3593. That's Psychiatric Care and Research Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Loverboy. Loverboy.
He had the red leather coat. And
sharp
then
look.
Pants, too.
And then,
Tim had a heck of a red coat, Michael Jackson jacket. And
Thriller
grade school.
jacket, Martin. I wore that to St. Gabriel's, and it didn't play well.
They hazed his balls off.
Clip that off.
the Loverboy lead singer, though, as the years went by, like the outfit would get a little tighter. And I'm not judging, clearly, as I sit. And people call me BMI Martin, so I'm not judging.
People call you BMI Martin?
Well, on the text line that was referenced at some point. I think yesterday I said I was at the Village Bar and I had a chef salad. And the immediate text, 100% you did not have a chef salad.
How about this? Adam Welly, what a treat having Martin the whole time.
Wow.
There's some support. That's not BMI Martin. That's support
right.
from Adam Welly.
Then I'll have a cheeseburger today. What the hell?
Martin is being especially kind here because I am not feeling my best, and Martin is kind enough to stick around. And I don't know who you had to talk to. Is it Gersh on the onboarding? You said,
Yes.
"Hey, I got to."
Well, he texted me that he wasn't showing up today for onboarding.
Yeah.
So I said, "The hell with it."
Yeah, you owe bagels next time.
I owe bagels, but I could tell Tim's a little under the weather, and I thought, it's kind of fun. I feel bad that I'm kind of. Poor Kurt's back there behind my back said, I want to speak. Kurt, this is your chance. I've taken your mic. I apologize.
Kurt's going to Nashville.
I'm going to Nashville.
Oh, I love it.
When are you heading out there?
Right after this program.
How about
really?
that? Yep.
Did you have a ticket?
Yeah, going with my dad.
Oh, awesome.
The hotel situation's been remedied, so I'm no longer sharing a bed with him. I had a room with just one bed, and luckily we got that fixed.
Yeah, that's always tough.
That's
So a different room or another room?
Different hotel, a little closer.
Oh, okay.
Two-bed situation?
What's that?
Two-bed situation?
2 beds.
There you go.
All right. Well, it sounds like a fun time.
I'm looking real forward to it.
Have you been to every game this year? Not Auburn.
I did not go to Auburn, and I elected to skip, I believe it was the UMass game.
Minutemen. Way to go, Martin. The Village Bar makes a pretty dang good chef salad.
Thank you.
Maybe not as good as the trash wings and onion rings, but it's still salad. That's from George Clooney's doppelganger.
Wow, I feel guilty when I order it.
The chef salad at the Village?
Yeah, you got to get a cheeseburger.
But you offset that with getting like the onion rings or the waffle fries.
And 8 beers.
But once you start eating the chef salad, you say, boy, I'm glad I ordered this. I'm getting filled up. It's much better for me.
That's actually a trendy thing. Caesar salad and fries.
Oh, no.
I'm going to fold. I think he's being serious.
It's a trendy thing.
Among who?
And I have pocket 7s?
Women in their 30s.
It's trendy among the fats and heavies.
There's a lot fatter meals you can have out
So
of the
women
town.
go to restaurants, women in their 30s, and these are women that you were talking
Well,
to.
I would say general, like I think it's farther stretching than that, but I know it's a trend, like a millennial trend, is Caesar salad with French fries.
It sounds like someone whose heart is in the right place. I'm going to try to eat better, but I just can't help myself. I must have a plate of fries to go with the salad.
And I say, welcome to America, baby. I love it.
Yeah.
Let freedom ring.
Doug.
Okay. Well, it's certainly free to order it, but you have a little more discipline than that. Be nice. Wouldn't kill you.
You talking to the 30-somethings now, eh?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just, I keep my ear to the streets. I know what's going on out there.
Wow.
Caesar salad and French fries.
Not together, on the side, fries.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Okay,
that.
I
Instead
think
of
it's
croutons.
a weird combo, like people who are high as a Spicoli and they're throwing their fries in their Caesar salad.
Chicken Caesar wraps also super popular now, which is delicious.
Yeah.
Tim Loverboy's lead singer is named Mike Reno.
Yeah, Mike Reno, that's right.
And Vinzini says Mike Reno looks like he ate Mike Reno. So
Spicy So in the YouTube chat said men go to restaurants and order the pissiest of beer available while ignoring their family.
Ignoring their family?
Men go to restaurants and order the pissiest of beer available while ignoring the family. Spicy So.
I think that's really funny.
I don't understand it.
I don't know. I assume they're talking about craft brews. You won't hear me speak bad about our local breweries.
Doug, have you read what Pammy Maldonado had to say?
No, but I should have.
Pammy Maldonado on ESPN.com this morning. It's on the front page. Says, betting Missouri Vanderbilt. Why to lay the points with Vanderbilt against Missouri. That's Pammy Maldonado. Okay. She is on the Commodores. The total for the record, 52.5. She likes Vanderbilt and the under. That is where
the public's going to go nuts on that under.
Is the number so? I like the over.
Yeah. I think they think it's going to be a rushing battle, and I think ideally it would be for Missouri. You would if it's a battle of
but just
running.
because it's running doesn't mean that it's low scoring.
Right. I mean, clock is ticking there, though.
No, I understand that, but I think that the Vanderbilt run defense is something to keep an eye on from a Missouri standpoint.
I hope Missouri runs as much as possible.
Maybe a little turnover that can help the cause. I mean, the reality is Missouri probably doesn't get to where it gets offensively against Alabama if they don't have the Ty Simpson fumble, first play from scrimmage. So I don't know. I like the over. Maybe Vanderbilt wins this thing 10-0, Doug.
Well, they could. I'm always a little nervous about teams that have a quarterback that really relies on running the ball a lot, because it seems like sooner or later that guy's going to get hit and have to leave the game, and now you're a different team.
Certainly, yeah. Did Pavia leave the... I'm crowdsourcing hard here, but last year I feel like Pavia left the game for like a couple of plays, like he got his bell rung or something. Maybe I'm off.
I don't know.
I did. Bo Brule had to come out for a play because he lost his helmet against Auburn. Right. Zollers had the touchdown handoff. Right. Great handoff, Zolls.
Nipper School Monitor says Tim is right.
Just in general?
Yeah.
Just in general.
I'll pin that. Let me just pin that.
Pin that.
Pammy Maldonado.
So has the number moved around much this week? Not really.
Well,
right?
you were saying it was 3.5 now, weren't you, Jack? Somebody said 3.5. Maybe that was a text I saw. I don't know.
I thought it was still at 2.
On ESPN.com, they still have it at 2.5.
It was 2.5 this morning. I'm looking on scoresandodds.com. Yeah, the highest you'll see is 3.
But I'm wondering if Jerry Kill didn't. He went to Vandy, right, to be the consultant.
Tim
and he was,
Beck and Jerry Kill.
And so he goes from New Mexico State, Pavia, package deal, I guess. Jerry Kill used to be at Carbondale, then he was at Minnesota. He had issues with strokes, I believe. Remember, he would...
Seizures.
Sorry. Strokes would be a little more severe than seizures. But I wonder if he goes there, that changes everything for that program as a consultant.
Yeah. It is going to be one hell of a day, college football-wise, because it really starts at 8 o'clock with game day if you are in the St. Louis area, the Central Time Zone. And what sounds like they have a big program put together. So I'm looking forward to watching that. Then you got Ole Miss and Oklahoma, and, of course, Missouri, Vanderbilt, Illinois, and Washington, both really in a spot where they are playing for their seasons in the college football playoff tomorrow. There's no way around that. From the Illinois side and the Missouri side, I think it is probably likely. All right, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up next. The program is called TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. Aesthetic Design and Build's been building high-quality custom decks in the St. Louis metropolitan area for over 30 years. They are online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and you can see their work for yourself at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I have been there, and I got to see all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing. Full-on custom decks. They add on pergolas if you're interested, or if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they do that. I had them to my home so I can speak to their work and what they can offer you firsthand. They offer custom deck design, opening and closing pergolas, and motorized shade and screens and under deck ceilings. Come check out that showroom and let their expert team walk you through all the different type of outdoor solutions that they offer. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way. Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces expertly designed.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues, Red Wings tomorrow evening. Pre-game at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario coming up next live from Centene. We will have our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug Vaughn, you know something about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Well, I do. I know Seth Goldcamp. We all had a good time with him the other day at a little lunch that we had. And Seth and his team are right there poised and ready to make sure that your furnace is ready to go for the cold season. You know it's coming sooner or later. And right now would be a great time to have that furnace maintained. Just a little checkup. Probably nothing wrong with it. Hopefully nothing wrong with it. If there is, they'll get that fixed before the cold weather arrives. And they're not looking just to sell you something new. They just want to make sure that your home stays comfortable through the winter months to come. When it comes to heating and cooling, trust the name that's been around longer than all of us, and that would be Design Air Heating and Cooling. Proudly serving the area since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Also, longest running sponsor on TMA, and we certainly appreciate that. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and perhaps most importantly, home of the handsome repairman. As for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Well, I've got money problems. Apparently, my OnlyFans account is charging me $1 for every canceled membership within the first 24 hours. Oof. Goodbye, $1,000. Doug, that's from Midge.
All right, Midge.
It's a hell of a business program there.
Have you guys ever wondered how Doug is an Olympic caliber sleeper and gets a good night's sleep all the time? Well, you guys are welcome. That's from the 830 Recreator.
What's that
P.S. Is he walking taller today? It's the 830 Recreator.
830 Recreator.
It was a complete debacle. The kind of thing that can send an organization into a death spiral where people just give up and the fans are left disgusted. I'm not talking about the Blues game, which was disappointing, but not the kind of thing that will be discussed on over prominent winter holiday supper. I am referring to Jackson dressing down Martin for his phone squawking in the background of a live radio journalism broadcast. Much to his dismay, it turned out to be that his Paul O'Linney 1993 highlight reel was still playing on his very own laptop. He was working himself into a frenzy for the preseason game against K-State. Listeners were stunned with absolute profound sadness, but then we heard his drops of the week, and he totally redeemed himself. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of marketing. Hey, dudes, to guys who buy a boat as a long-term investment.
Oh, Shooter McGavin.
Jackson Journal entry, October 25th, 2025. The lights are off. Not because I'm meditating, because the bulb blew out 3 days ago, and I'm still waiting for maintenance to arrive.
Maintenance.
I'm in the bathtub, not soaking, but marinating in cold water to numb my pain. Created by Bobby Boots. My hey dudes are floating like they are trying to escape. I envy them. I reach for my journal. It's damp. Perfect. I write, still wet, still emotionally unavailable. Until next time, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
I didn't like
it's tough when I have a journal right here next to me.
Are you really?
Yeah. Stiefel. This is truly the actual Stiefel
That's the
dossier.
real Stiefel dossier.
Yeah, this is the hard copy.
Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you got to see it.
Leather bound.
TMA Troubadour.
And finally, well, Doug, the Blues got worked over again on their home ice, but at least we can hear you break it down for us. That is until Libby Jack interrupted Doug to condemn Martin for his phone making noise like he was talking to Iggy, only for it to turn out that rogue audio was coming from Libby Jack's own laptop. He's a horse's ass for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. We will rally around some random college football audio that Woodward and Palestein found doom scrolling yesterday. And Libby Jack will regain his confidence by condescendingly marginalizing someone's independent media platform who can't possibly respond. Wait, what's that I hear? It's Jack Settleman's music. Libby Jack's reaction on YouTube when he realized that the dossier had struck back was a combination of Jordan's shrug mixed with the resignation of Tessio asking Tom Hagen if he can get him off the hook for old time's sake.
That was because we had Vitale supposed to be at 8:15, and I had to move things around. Not because I was scared.
Are you scared of Jack Settleman?
I guess Doss protest too much, I guess.
As if he wasn't already having a show for the ages, Libby Jack proceeded to give the audience a tutorial on the best way to get your car stolen. Quote, what about the engine running would make it easier to steal? That's from
the door's locked.
DBA, the recessed ladies breast. And that's what we have for the design air heating and cooling email today. That was Buck Swope.
Oh, okay.
DBA, the recessed ladies breast.
Oh, okay. I'm going Buck Swope.
What?
Yeah, but I called you to task. You had it coming.
I guess.
I appreciate that the theme throughout was Jackson picking on me. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Shooter McGavin was pretty strong, and I like the VP that involves him with Hey Dudes. Apollo Linney reel reference.
Yeah, what a pickup.
But then Buck Swope was, and then the Jack Settleman guy calling in referenced. But Doug, you said Buck Swope.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go Shooter McGavin.
I'll actually go Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is one.
okay.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What a win to send Swope into the weekend. If I'm not mistaken, he's just tied Shooter McGavin for the month of October.
Has, Tim.
We got ourselves a Jim Dandy as we head down the stretch, the month of October. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Martin, thank you for sticking around for an hour as I am a bit under the weather. Doug, but we will rise from these ashes like a phoenix.
Well, sure.
Ara Parsegian said that regarding Notre Dame, I think.
A lot of people have said
And then they won it in 66, and then 77 and 88. Isn't that fun that they win it in these?
It's good times, you know. Really fun. Funny.
BK and Ferrari up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, from Art Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.